Good morning. Isaiah chapter 40, reading from verses 25 to 31, reads, "To whom will you compare me? Or who is my equal, says the Holy One? Lift up your eyes and look to the heavens. Who have created all? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls forth each of them by name, because of his great power and mighty strength. Not one of them is missing. Whom do you complain, Jacob? Why do you say, Israel, my way is hidden from the Lord? My cause is disregarded by my God. Do you not know? Have you not heard? The Lord, the everlasting God, the creator of the heaven, is the creator of the heaven. Sorry, let me read that again. Do you not know? Have you not heard? The Lord, the everlasting God, the creator of the ends of the earth. He will not grow tired or weary, and his understanding no one can fathom. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Even the youth grow tired and weary, and the young men stumble and fall. But those that hope in the Lord will never grow weary. Can we bow our heads at this time? Father, we give you thanks and praise for your goodness, your love, and your mercy. Thank you. As your word reminds us, it's a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord. So we give you thanks for this another day that you have granted unto us. It is because of your love and your mercy. And even as the members of this honorable house are gathered today to transact the business that is brought before the house, we pray that you would have your divine way. We invite your divine presence to be here and to be present, Heavenly Father. We pray that you would grant unto them wisdom, as your words say, that if they lack wisdom, they can ask of you, who gives to all men. So we thank you, Heavenly Father, that you are not partial in giving wisdom unto these whom you have selected. We pray, Father, for the Speaker of the House, even as she directs the House today, and for the members of the government and those that are in opposition. We pray that you would guide them and lead them, and at the end of this meeting, that they would all be able to say that it was good for them to be here. We pray that you would have your divine way in Jesus' precious holy name. Amen and amen. Yeah.
Thank you, Chaplain. Good morning, members. You may be seated. It is my understanding that we've lost the live feed and they need about 5 minutes, so I'm gonna put the house in recess for 5 minutes, unfortunately. You good? Oh, great. So it's working. We continue.
Confirmation of minutes of proceedings of the 21st meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly.
Are there any amendments to the minutes, please? If there are no amendments, can someone?
I have an amendment.
Yes.
The penultimate page, at the bottom, Don Mitchell is spelled incorrectly. We could have that corrected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other amendments? I know. So I put the question to amend the name Don Mitchell, which is incorrectly spelled, and included in the motion. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Are there any other amendments? And I put the question that the minutes of proceedings of the 21st meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly be accepted as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minutes of proceedings of the 21st meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly are accepted with amendment.
Oath of allegiance to new members. The Honorable Attorney General acting.
I, Erica Edwards, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors according to law. So help me God.
Announcements by the direction of the Speaker.
Thank you. I make apologies for absence with reason for the Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mrs. Quincy Gums Marie. Thank you.
Questions? None. Government statements on recent developments? None. Papers? Education Task Force Report, State of Education in Anguilla 2024.
The Honorable Member for Valley South is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to lay the following report lay before the Honorable House of Assembly on the table on behalf of the Ministry of Social Development and Education, the Education Task Force, the State of Education in Anguilla Report of July 2024. Madam Speaker, to further expound on this report, I will move a motion to debate the State of Education report so that all members of the Assembly may consider the issues at hand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reports from committees? None. Petitions? None. Government notices? None. Private members' notices? None. Motions? Motion 5 of 2024, 4/12 HOA. Customs duties and tax exemption, Motion 5 of 2024, 4/12 HOA regulations, 2024.
The Honorable Member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, members of the House, the clerk, the staff. Welcome back our deputy clerk who has been missed. Members in the gallery, those listening and watching on radio, social media, other platforms. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move Customs Duty and Tax Exemption Motion 5/2024-412 HOA Regulations 2024. Resolution made by the House of Assembly under Section 77, subsection 1 of the Customs Act, Revised Statutes of Anguilla, Chapter C-169, Section 2 of the Interim Goods Tax Amendment Act 2020 and Section 3 of the Excise Tax Amendment Act 2020 was proposed and seconded in the House of Assembly on the 13th day of August 2024. Whereas a certificate of good standing that had not expired or been canceled was produced to the Minister of Finance in relation to the importers, be it resolved that under the powers contained in Section 77, subsection 1 of the Customs Act, Revised Statutes of Anguilla, Chapter 169, Section 2 of the Interim Goods Tax Amendment Act 2020, and Section 3 of the Excise Tax Amendment Act 2020, House of Assembly exempts from customs duty, interim goods tax, and excise tax the goods imported into Anguilla specified in the Schedule 1. The following conditions apply in respect of all goods exempted by virtue of this resolution. A, the goods shall not within 5 years of the date of importation be sold, exchanged, given away, or applied to any use other than the use specified in the Schedule. B, on the expiry of 6 months from the date of importation and each successive 6-month period within the 5-year period after the date of importation, the importer shall certify to the Comptroller of Customs in a form acceptable to the Comptroller of Customs that he has complied with the conditions set out in paragraph A. C, upon demand made by a customs officer, the goods exempted under this resolution shall be produced or otherwise accounted for to the customs officer. D, in accordance with the Customs Administrative Cost Recovery Act, Revised Statute of Anguilla, Chapter 170, at the time of import, the importer shall pay the customs administrative charge at the rate specified in the Schedule. 2, in accordance with Section 71 of the Customs Act, Revised Statutes of Anguilla, Chapter 169, the following apply in the event that a condition referred to in Section 1 of this resolution is contravened or not complied with. A, if any of the goods exempted under the resolution are sold, exchanged, given away, or applied to any use other than the use specified in the Schedule within 5 years of the date of importation, 1, the importer shall pay the customs duty and interim goods tax and excise tax on the value of such goods at the rate specified in the integrated customs tariff at the date of importation. 2, the importer and any person knowingly concerned in such sale, exchange, gift, or unsanctioned use is guilty of an offense and may be arrested and is liable to a fine of $20,000 or 3 times the customs duty, excise tax, and interim goods tax relieved, whichever is the greater, or to imprisonment for a term of 2 years, or to both. And 3, the goods in respect of which the exemption was granted are liable to forfeiture. B, if the importer fails to certify that he has not sold, exchanged, given away, or applied the goods to any use other than the use specified in the Schedule 1, the importer shall produce or account for the goods exempted under this resolution to the Comptroller of Customs. 2, any goods not produced or accounted for will be deemed to have been sold, exchanged, given away, or applied to some use other than the use specified in the Schedule, and paragraph subsection A, subsection 1 applies. And 3, if any goods not produced or accounted for are subsequently found, they are liable to forfeiture. C, if the importer fails to produce or account for the goods exempted under this resolution upon demand by a customs officer, 1, the importer and any person knowingly concerned in such failure are guilty of an offense and may be arrested and are liable to a fine of $20,000 or 3 times the value of the goods, whichever is the greater, or to imprisonment for a term of 2 years or to both. And 2, if any goods not produced or accounted for are subsequently found, they are liable to forfeiture. D, if the importer fails to pay the customs administrative fee at the rate specified in the Schedule at the expiry of 30 days from the date of delivery of a demand for payment made by the Comptroller of Customs, or such longer period as may be designated by the Comptroller of Customs, 1, the importer shall pay the customs duty, excise tax, and interim goods tax on the value of such goods at the rate specified in the integrated customs tariff at the date of importation. 2, the importer and any person knowingly concerned in such failure are guilty of an offense and may be arrested and are liable to a fine of $20,000 or 3 times the value of the goods, whichever is the greater, or to imprisonment for a term of 2 years or to both. And 3, the goods exempted under this resolution are liable to forfeiture.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when this request for duty exemptions came to us at the ministry and then was taken to Executive Council to be discussed and to be approved. I felt that this was a good this was one of those good luck stories, Madam Speaker, because a young man, Mr. Joseph Hodge, and some may know him as Chef Hodge and Hodge's Catering Service. He was part of the Get Set program, Madam Speaker, administered by the Anguilla Youth Business Foundation. And this is a program, Madam Speaker, where young entrepreneurs under the age of 35 would be granted $10,000 US and mentorship. And I know that the single island-wide member, now on the opposition, would have contributed to this program in terms of providing, mentoring, Mr. Kyle Hodge. And we appreciate what he did. But this young man, Mr. Joseph Hodge, continued his catering service and now has opened an establishment, Madam Speaker, which shows that if we give a hand up and not a hand out, that our young people will do the right thing, Madam Speaker. And now he's opened, hit the spot, and he's asked for duty concessions so that he can get what is needed to open this, Madam Speaker, which includes a oven range, some furniture, and we were happy to accommodate him in this endeavor, Madam Speaker, knowing that he has continued on from the Get Set program, which helped him to get started in his business, and he continues to satisfy catering services for the people of Anguilla and for visitors also, Madam Speaker. He's made good use of this help which he received. Madam Speaker, there is a duty exemption of $4,312.93 EC, and he is expected to pay 5% administrative charge of the value of the goods in respect of which custom duty exemptions is granted. We consider this to be a small price to pay to have a young man be able to advance his business, continue to provide a living for himself, his family, and for those that he will employ in the service, Madam Speaker. I ask that the members consider this and approve, Madam Speaker, without reservation, as we on the government side and those in Executive Council have consented to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Motion 5, 2024-412 HOA has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for contributions to this motion. The Honorable Member for Valley North is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I stand in support of this. I would have been privileged to know Mr. Joseph Hodge, which I know him and call him still to this day, Jojo, Madam Speaker, as a hardworking young man from his school days. Very ambitious, very dedicated, very hardworking. Coming from very humble beginnings, always very focused on getting ahead. I've also been very privileged to serve as a client of his, or he served as a client of mine, both personally and professionally. And I can stand here and say that he has always been an outstanding professional and very good at the work he does. He has served both members of my family and extended friends, but also myself and my husband personally. And I wish him continued success in this next venture. And I encourage persons to continue to support this young man who has significantly contributed generally to the development of Anguilla and continues to be a great success story. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions? The Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. And I too wish to stand and acknowledge the great work that this young man has been doing in the community of Anguilla. I rise to support this motion of concessions to him. As someone also newly in the restaurant business, Madam Speaker, I'm learning the hard way of the upfront costs, the loss, the spoilage, the salaries, the stock, the amount that goes into operating a restaurant. But young Mr. Hodge, he has been doing this for a very long time. He also did pizza. He's a top chef, Madam Speaker. And we have to support our young people when they pursue their goals and when they stay focused. A very hard-working man. Whenever I see him, it's just work. I've never seen him partying. I've never seen him relaxing. I've just seen this young man work. So indeed, he is a role model to many youngsters who may be looking on. So I stand in full support of this concession, and I want to wish him much success. He's been working on that spot for quite some time, and it is great to finally see that his doors are open. And I encourage the general public at large to support his business, hit the spot on the Churchill Main Road. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for Road South is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm very happy to see that Mr. Joseph Hodge have come full circle because it was on the 30th of June 2014, Madam Speaker, as part of the Anguilla United Movement Administration that we established the Get Set program, because we thought that it was important that we give young people an opportunity in Anguilla, and it's good to see that that program continues to flourish under the Youth Business Development Organization, if I may have called it wrong, Foundation. But Madam Speaker, what I can say is that a lot of young people have been benefiting from the same, and some of the older businesses did not have these opportunities, and they have been able to succeed. But whatever we can do to give a hand up, we do so. And Mr. Joseph Hodge is a great chef. I've had the privilege to be able to eat of his hands, Madam Speaker. And I consider myself a foodie. I love foodie. And I can't wait to sit down at Cajun Goat and enjoy the delicacies over there, because they reside in my constituency as well, Madam Speaker. But I've been admonishing Mr. Hodge to get the spot open, because I want that food to hit the spot, Madam Speaker. So I am in full support of this motion, and I know the entire House is in full support of this motion, because we want to see young people prosper and do well in Anguilla, and we will do everything that we can do, as you can see by the record, to ensure that that becomes a reality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions to this motion? The Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and a pleasant good morning to those who are viewing and listening via social media. Madam Speaker, I too rise in support of this motion for this young man. Madam Speaker, some years ago I had occasion to be in the area of his dwelling, and I saw he was hard at work, Madam Speaker, in a very small space, busy, preparing for his catering service. And to see now that he has transgressed, he has moved to a better, I would say, more suitable location is commendable. Madam Speaker, I'm proud of this on so many fronts, particularly when we are seeing all the challenges facing our young people at this time, Madam Speaker. And this is another success story to show that our young people, they are entrepreneurial, they are creative, Madam Speaker, they are innovative, and they are seeking to make a difference in our island. And Madam Speaker, this young man is a very skilled chef, has been attested to. I have been at various functions for which he has catered, Madam Speaker. And so definitely, I think the fact that he has done so much work, particularly with villas and even for functions such as parties and so forth that I've been to, that he's going to do well. And certainly, every time I pass Churchill and I see his location, the way that he has so creatively designed it, it is very welcoming to the eye, Madam Speaker, and I think he's going to do well. So I think he's a testament to young people in Anguilla that yes, but I guess I'm still a little young. I don't hear any amens in the house. But I think, it's a testament to what young people can do when they put their minds to it. So, Madam Speaker, I, too, continue to support this initiative.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other contributions? Since there are no other contributions, I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are many Hodges in this House, but I think they would have recused themselves if they were closer related. So we can assume that they're not. This is a feel-good story, as I said, Madam Speaker, and certainly I am proud of Mr. Hodge and his accomplishments, and certainly, hearing the encouraging and very enthusiastic words from the members of the House in support, I know that we will get unanimous approval of this request for duty concessions. It is a small amount to pay to help our young men, especially, to follow their craft, and certainly Mr. Joseph Hodge, Chef Hodge, is an inspiration to those around him and to those who will come after. Thank you again, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the members of the House for their contributions.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and thank you all members for your contributions. Motion 5, 2024-412 HOA has been debated without amendment. Members, the question is that this motion be passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Motion 5, 2024-412 HOA has been passed without amendment and is now a resolution of the Assembly.
Motion 7 of 2024-4/12 HOA, consideration of Education Task Force report, State of Education in Anguilla 2024.
Today, this Honourable House will consider the report of the Education Task Force entitled The State of Education in Anguilla 2024, which focused basically on 3 areas: curriculum, teaching methods, and teacher quality. There were 3 task forces appointed to conduct this exercise, and each headed by a designated team leader. Now, in accordance with Section 54(1) of the Anguilla Constitution Order 1982, I have summoned the 3 team leaders of the Education Task Forces to be present with us this morning in the persons of Mr. Lennox Vanterpool, who's the team leader in the area of curriculum, Mrs. Michaela Skellicky-Cunningham, team leader in the area of teaching methods, and Mrs. Janine Edwards, team leader in the area of teacher quality, to assist the House with this motion. Now, I know Mrs. Edwards had to travel, so unfortunately she couldn't be with us today as we had to postpone our sitting for last Tuesday. For the sake of the public, I will quote the Anguilla Constitution Order 1982, Section 54, Section 54(1) and 2, which reads, "The Speaker or other person presiding may, when in his or her opinion the business before the Assembly makes it desirable, summon any person to a meeting of the Assembly, notwithstanding that that person is not a member of the Assembly. Any person so summoned shall be entitled to take part as if he or she was a member in the proceedings of the assembly relating to the matter in respect of which he or she was summoned, except that he or she may not vote. So now I invite Mr. Lennox Vanterpool and Mrs. Michaela Skellicky Cunningham to join us in the assembly. Please make them welcome. Thank you for being here. The Honorable Member for Valley South, who is also the Minister of Education, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to the members of the Assembly, to those who are listening online. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 7, 2024, for 12 HOA in consideration of the Education Task Force State of Education in Anguilla Report 2024. Whereas the government of Anguilla is committed to providing quality education to all, and whereas the Honorable Minister of Education commissioned a comprehensive assessment of school curriculum, teaching methods, and teaching quality and leadership, and whereas the Honorable Minister of Education appointed a task force to examine these critical areas, whereas the task force was directed to examine, review, and make recommendations about the current curriculum offerings at the primary and secondary school level, whereas the task force was directed to examine, review, and make recommendations about the current methods of teaching, curriculum delivery at the primary and secondary levels, taking an in-depth and targeted review of the methods used in the delivery of the educational product and the overall learning experience at the primary and secondary levels. Whereas the task force was directed to examine, review, and make recommendations to ensure teaching service quality with attention to recruitment, development, performance metrics, voice, enthusiasm and motivation, professionalism and appraisal, taking an in-depth and targeted review of the teacher experience and practice and their role in the development and maintenance of culture at the primary and secondary level. Whereas the task force has produced a comprehensive report of their findings, including recommendations and action plans. Whereas the task force has recommended meaningful, intentional, and secure integration of ICT in classrooms, complete with the training of staff in the use of accompanying software. Whereas the task force has recommended a deceleration and streamlining of the curriculum, particularly at the primary level. Whereas the task force has recommended investing in procuring and installing security equipment such as closed circuit television, CCTV, and closing and securing campus sites, security personnel deployed to each school site, and a comprehensive safety and security plan and policy, some of which has already been undertaken. Whereas the task force has recommended that mediation measures be taken to remedy the apparent rift between staff and senior management, and addressing communication procedures within the system and with external stakeholders. And whereas the task force's report entitled The State of Education in Anguilla was approved by Executive Council, be it resolved that this report be brought before this Honorable House for further discussion. Be it further resolved that this Honorable House shall endorse government's commitment to the further development of education in Anguilla. And be it further resolved that this Honorable House endorses the recommendations set out in the report.
Madam Speaker, raises second.
Thank you, members. Do you wish to give an explanation of this before I ask for debate?
Shortly, Madam Speaker, yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in September 2022, after consideration through 2021, the Ministry of Social Development and Education had finally gotten around to establishing the Education Task Force, which had quite a large mandate to fulfill in the revision, review, and transformation recommendations for the education system. Over the course of the end of 2022, 2023, and now 2024, the Education Task Force members would have conducted in-depth analysis, focus groups, interviews, surveys, literature reviews, and analysis of the issues that span across the entire primary and secondary system in Anguilla. Make no bones about it, Madam Speaker. It was a very large undertaking. Madam Speaker, this morning we stand before you to, in both parts, give thanks to the hardworking and patriotic men and women who sacrifice a year and a half of their time, their mental resources, and sometimes their physical resources, to attend to the most important work that this country, and in fact, any country, can turn their minds to, which is education. And I would like at this particular point in time, Madam Speaker, to name the members of the task forces. Mrs. Twyla Richardson Thomas, Dr. Lowell Hughes, Mrs. Karina Rouse Tomlinson, Ms. Karina Richardson, Mr. Jose Vanterpool, Mrs. Michaela Skellicky Cunningham, Mrs. Alicia Bello, Mr. Shakara Richardson, Ms. Melissa Harrigan, Mrs. Mikai Rumney, Mrs. Janine Edwards, Mr. Leonard Telemack, Mrs. Ingrid Lake, Mrs. Ornette Edwards Gums, Ms. Sawyer Williams. From the OECS and CARICOM, we had the persons of Dr. Laurette Bristol, Ms. Denise Stoney James, and Mr. Rafa Gordon, assisted by 3 local rapporteurs, Ms. Sharmel Hodge, Miss Marquita Mills, and Miss Juanita Crawford. We also had additional assistance from the PS of Home Affairs, Dr. Aidan Harrigan and Dr. Timothy Hodge. Madam Speaker, this document, this report on the state of education is in both parts unprecedented and reverberating a single constant note that has been reflected through multiple reports over the past 20 years. It has met the eyes, as I've said, of the OECS, CARICOM, and most recently, the UN Envoy on Transforming Education for the Caribbean under SDG 4, initiated by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Dr. Antonio Guterres. So, Madam Speaker, before us are not only the question of problems plaguing the education system, but a slew, I'll call it, of just under 200 recommended actions to remedy the issues we see plaguing the system. And that, Madam Speaker, is what makes this report different from many of the others that have come before it. And it is incumbent on us not only to lay before this honorable House this report, but to take it through the streets of Anguilla, to take it everywhere it can possibly go. Which is why, Madam Speaker, we are here this morning, because education is a national bipartisan concern. It is not a side quest. And this document is not intended to simply be for internal use, discussed only within the halls of the Ministry and the Department of Education. But bipartisan support and follow-through will ensure that the work that has been done in this document, in this report, would not have been in vain and will be action, irrespective of who the people decide to place back in office. So with that said, Madam Speaker, I would like to move that this motion be considered.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Motion 7, 2024 412 HOA has been moved and seconded. I now invite debate on the merits and principles of this motion. The floor is open for contributions. Teacher, Mr. Lennox Vanderpool is recognized.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning to all the members assembled in this honorable House. I also warmly greet all listeners tuned in, but most especially the stakeholders in education whose particular interests have brought us together today. Mrs. Michaela Skelke Cunningham and I are most grateful to God and all of you for the opportunity afforded to us to stand here today to present and share in the discussion on the state of education in Anguilla. We represent 3 task force teams which examine 3 main areas, namely curriculum, teaching methods, and teacher quality. The curriculum team members comprise Lennox Vanderpool, myself, as team lead, Dr. Lowell Hughes, Ms. Karina Richardson, Ms. Twyla Richardson Thomas, Ms. Karina Rouse Tomlinson, and the Honorable Joseph Vanderpool. The teaching methods team was led by Michaela Skelke Cunningham and included Ms. Aisha Bellat, Ms. Melissa Harrigan, Mr. Shakara Richardson, and Ms. Mikal Romney. Teacher quality team was led by Ms. Janine Edwards with supporting members Teacher Leonard Telemack, Mrs. Ingrid Lake, Mrs. Arnett Edwards Gomes, and Ms. Sawyer Williams. The task forces were ably assisted in information gathering, interviews, and observations by a passionate and engaging group of focus facilitators, Ms. Janira Challenger Gibson, Dr. Aidan Harrigan, Dr. Timothy Hodge, Ms. Lenita Lime, Ms. Rona Royden, and Mrs. Takesa Simon. This initiative, as you heard before from the minister, was bolstered by 3 rapporteurs, Teacher Juanita Crawford, Ms. Shamel Hodge, Ms. Makita Mills, to collate information related to findings and generate reports. Given the onerous and critical nature of this part of the exercise, the rapporteurs were the only persons to receive a stipend. The Education Task Force exercise was also fortunate to have at its disposal the OECS Education from the OECS Education Unit and the CARICOM Secretariat. Persons like Dr. Lauret Bristol, Ms. Denise Stoney James, and Mr. Rafer Gordon as advisors to help guide the process. We say again a hearty thank you to every participant who engaged through surveys, suggestions, or in any way added value to every task force lead and member, every focus facilitator, the rapporteurs and expert committee, teachers, students, parents, and officers of education all. We thank you for your interest and your deep commitment. This deep dive in the state of education in Anguilla stands on the shoulders of several studies and reports produced in the past, but especially the report on secondary education in Anguilla, powered by the Force, focused on redesigning children's education. The Force is a local grassroots movement formed by like-minded professionals on behalf of advancing a fit-for-purpose education experience for Anguilla. Its genesis followed the publishing of Broken Cards. This was a book published in 2016, Broken Cards, Education and Social Justice in Post-1986 Anguilla. The book was my own attempt at highlighting shortcomings and providing alternatives to Anguilla's education structure. Madam Speaker, if I may put a shameless plug here, it is still available wherever fine books are sold. Kindly permit me to pay special tribute to the members of the Force who gave everything they had, especially between the years of 2017 and 2020, without counting the cost, so that the urgent message, long delayed, could now be heard. Ms. Najira Carty, Ms. Janine Edwards, Mr. Shamar Gasking, Ms. Tracelyn Hamilton, Ms. Kemba Hughes, Dr. Lowell Hughes, Mr. Bernard Watley, and Ms. Fiona Wilkinson. A high note of praise must also be raised for Ms. Melinda Goddard of Clientele Consulting, who voluntarily designed our survey instruments, analyzed the data, compiled our reports, and presented the findings on our behalf to everyone who would listen. In many ways, though, our deepest appreciation is reserved for the Honorable Minister responsible for education, Ms. Deanne Kentish-Rogers, of whom it has been said is too interested in education. What a criticism to attract. From the early days of the administration, Minister Rogers and indeed her entire APM team embraced the work of the Force and thought highly enough of the initiative that it was used as a framework so that this fresh new thrust that we consider today can take root. Thank you, Minister. Just by way of context and to highlight the importance of seizing this moment, I would like to foreground 3 short quotes from some education luminaries across the Caribbean. First, former CEO and Registrar of CXC, Dr. Didicus Jules, declared in a speech at the Rodney MacArthur Ray Auditorium sometime around 2012, and on several occasions before and since, that tinkering with education systems in the Caribbean is no longer working. We need, he continued, a new vehicle of human empowerment and social transformation. Professor Joel Warrican of UWI School of Education fame, and an advocate for change in education, especially literacy education, shared in a Dwight Venner lecture of 2021 that Caribbean education systems are not set up to teach. They are set up to test. And finally, Professor Canute Thompson, again of UWI, writes in his timely text, Reimagining Educational Leadership in the Caribbean, published in 2019. He says, if the truth be told, many schools are doing a good job of preparing students for a world that no longer exists. As schools seek to prepare students for the new global realities, educational policymakers must remain mindful of the fluidity and constantly changing environment. End of quote. Yet, for far too long, despite our own unique advantages and the natural opportunities here in Anguilla for educational excellence, including our small population, our default position has been to happily announce that we are performing on par with the rest of the Caribbean. From the pronouncements captured above, it is clear that the rest of the Caribbean has deep concerns. So it is our view that Anguilla must not mindlessly subscribe to such a practice any longer. Today then, amidst all that seems contrary, we have come with a reason for and a message of hope. To provide a brief snapshot of what is and what is possible given our existential crisis, permit me to share with the Assembly two short statements, one each from Dr. Hughes and Ms. Janine Edwards, both, as I mentioned, FORCE members and members of the current education task teams. Dr. Hughes writes, "The FORCE has recognized major problems with our education system, starting with the unsatisfactory outcomes which have been well documented for years, leading into decades. Several attempts have been made in the past to engage local education authorities, to include ministers, ministry and departments, with the hope that consequential action be taken to alter the course of events. We are very grateful that at last someone in the form of the Minister of Education herself has taken our cries seriously and commissioned the suggested task forces to review the system and develop action plans for much needed change in the delivery of education of our children. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight just one major concern, which we know is connected to just about everything else that concerns education and the status of outcomes, that is, the inadequate to poor literacy levels that our children are achieving during the exposure to our education system." Dr. Hughes continues, "To my mind, less than 100% literacy rate would be inadequate, and I think that anyone that is well-meaning would have a difficult time to explain why any child who is not severely brain damaged is unable to learn to read and write after traversing an education system in this modern day and age. A lack of mastery of the language could easily be connected to a myriad of problems, most of which are experienced by the children, the teachers, and society at large. If our efforts result in no more than to correct this basic deficiency, I think that success would be afforded to a much larger percentage of our children and the society that we are a part of. Thank you. Signed, Dr. Hughes." Janine Edwards writes, "From just after the launch of Broken Cards in the late 2016 to the present, I have been privileged to work under the leadership of educator Lennox Vanterpool in conducting research both organically and formally, and engaging in active advocacy to enhance public education offerings in Anguilla. Firstly, under the group FORCE, and thereafter through the Ministry appointed Education Task Force, we have collectively as a team gathered valuable gems highlighting golden opportunities which have the potential to bring the most rewarding growth and enhancement to public education in Anguilla. Our official report captures key highlights of the Education Task Force, but I wanted to also highlight two key areas that have arisen over the years that also stand out for reflection and consideration. One, teaching and learning in full color. There's a compelling need to embrace continually evolving best practices in progressive teaching and learning approaches, which depart from solely using rote teacher-to-student instruction or traditional media. Encourage a 360-degree sharing experience where learning is more experiential, mimicking the real world, and ideas are actively solicited and discussed between all participants. That is, peer-to-peer learning, supplementing the traditional top-down teacher-to-student instruction, where students are encouraged to take ownership of and influence the path of their learning. This would fuel student curiosity and confidence in taking charge of their learning and building their muscle and thirst for lifelong learning, agility required in today's quickly changing environment. Higher order skills such as critical thinking, creativity, negotiation, adaptation, emotional intelligence, communication, self-initiative, level of engagement, and other soft skills would be sharpened in this more fertile soil. Testing, performance appraisal methods would also need to be reconsidered and refined as part of this more embracing learning scenario. And her second one, intentionally design and create friendly and productive work environments. Increased attention is needed to proactively design and craft a school organizational culture which supports the creation of nurturing and inspirational workspaces in which both students and faculty and staff are highly motivated to immerse and engage in their very best work. The nature and quality of these spaces do not occur by accident or coincidence, but rather are founded on intentional, proven, fully aligned management practices and success stories, which pull the best from both the private sector and the non-profit worlds. Schools, also having a broad mission, are also entities that need to attend to elements that any private sector business entity would: human resource, marketing, administration, financial management, customer service, research and development, product service enhancement, responsiveness to the market, agility to adapt, use of effective communication channels, and such areas. The development of a school leadership team should also necessarily consider including business management acumen and orientation with the senior and middle management teams and organizational structure. Respectfully submitted, Janine Edwards. In conclusion then, Madam Speaker, the education system in Anguilla has an obligation to fulfill its mandate. We must pursue schools where teachers and students actively and collaboratively shape their teaching and learning environment. There must be training and resources to encourage and sustain best practice here in Anguilla. And conducting the orchestras from the podium must be the lead learners, those of us in places of and platforms of leadership and influence, who encourage and maintain a culture of support to staff and students, leaders who effectively manage situations as effectively as they manage resources, and leaders who value and enact measures for accountability. Leaders who value and enact measures for accountability. This accountability often seems elusive and perhaps dormant. For so long, we have been hearing of instances in which situations should be rectified with the relevant persons held to account. But the reality appears akin to administrative or institutional obeah, where too many remain unencumbered by measures of accountability. A grade 4 student's final question to our focus teams at the Morris Vanderpool Primary School during this exercise was, so teacher, when will we see some changes based on what we talked about today? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Lennox Vanderpool. I now recognize Mrs. Skellicky Cunningham.
Madam Speaker, if you will permit me, for the benefit of those listening in and who have not been able to peruse our submitted document, I would just like to give an account on some of the more technical aspects and some of the things that can be found inside of the document. Our data collection methods varied, as you would have heard earlier. The Education Task Force did deploy a number of online surveys that targeted various stakeholders, students, teachers, and parents. The bulk of the data collection was done between January and June of 2023. So most of these results, or most of these responses, would have been in the context of 2023 and before. We know that things have changed a lot since then. First off, how do our students feel about attending school? I was surprised to see that there was almost an even split between willingness and reluctance to attending school. The motivation to attend, among the 49% of students who said that they loved attending school or looked forward to attending school, was to learn, to socialize with peers, to attend classes, and to practice their social skills. On the other hand, the 51% of students who were reluctant to attend were reluctant because they felt that school was boring, not surprising. The physical plant was uncomfortable, and because they were concerned for their safety. The online survey for parents does back up or yield an interesting supporting perspective where parents actually gauge that their students, their child, might not be willing to attend school because of inadequate engagement at school. Other reasons, according to the parents, include feelings of unsafety, the usefulness or lack thereof of the lessons, and physical hazards on campus, and teacher attitude, rapport, or teaching style. And that's in descending order from most commonly chosen or reported to least commonly reported. When it comes to talking about the comfort levels at the physical plant, we had several students make very passionate pleas for the amelioration of physical conditions at the school. More than 50% of students rate their physical environment as generally comfortable. However, there was concern raised by the majority of the student sample that classrooms and bathrooms, in particular, could have been better cleaned and stocked. And what was a harrowing statistic was that 1 in 5 students do not look forward to school, particularly because they do not feel safe. We also saw, or we heard, that this was mentioned again from the parent perspective, where almost 1 in 4 parents, about 23%, believed that safety issues did impact their child's willingness to attend school. In exploring the teaching learning environment, we wanted to get an idea of what a typical lesson was like. From the online survey for teachers, we learned that a typical lesson would involve explanations of concepts, assigning in-class exercises, leading or guiding class discussions, sharing notes, and guiding practical demonstrations. The students corroborate this description as they gave quite a similar description. Students were also asked to report what their learning style was. That phrase is quite controversial among educators, but it still was important to hear directly from students what types of aid is necessary for them to learn more efficiently and more effectively. From most to least commonly reported, students reported being visual learners, so they learn with the aid of visual material. Kinesthetic learners, those who do, working with their hands. Reading and writing learners, those who are comfortable with simply sitting on their own and reading the concepts, going through those on their own. And auditory learners. And if we think back to what teachers and students describe a typical lesson to be like, we see that there is a heavy lean towards the auditory and the reading and writing in class, perhaps because of constraints with resources. Now, teachers seem to try to remedy this. They seem to be quite aware that their students do profit from visual and integrated sensory experiences. And so they seem to use integration of ICT and other digital platforms to boost learning, to support their students' learning. All teachers indicated that they used digital platforms with varying degrees of regularity. Usage was much more commonly reported among primary school teachers, and this may likely have been due to Project Inspire, on top of the fact that there is less worry about the logistics of moving from class to class as a teacher and as a student at the secondary level. In their survey, teachers indicated that use of these digital platforms was used mostly to share extra learning resources like videos and games, and they typically integrate learning styles, but they are heavily reliant on visual material, which do end up aligning with the students' repeatedly most common learning style. Reportedly, sorry. What other things can affect the teaching learning environment? Well, you have to consider stakeholder dynamics or relationship. All stakeholder groups targeted by the Education Task Force online surveys painted a generally positive picture of student-teacher rapport. According to the parent surveys, teachers were, in general, well-selected and maintained good professional standards. Teachers reported feeling valued by their students and wider Anguillian society. And students feel that their teachers care about their education, that their teachers are adequately prepared for class, that their teachers are respectful, and that they, the students, get along well with their teachers. Now, there is room for improvement. In this particular survey item, students were asked to select the statements that they agreed with, and there were a few statements that did not garner majority agreement. So the task force looks at these as areas for improvement within that stakeholder group. So, although generally positive, it appears that students at the ALHCS feel that their teachers could care more about students' overall well-being. They feel that they could care more about their futures. They could practice a little more patience. They could improve their approachability, professionalism, and trustworthiness. And there was also an interesting little quip that arose at the primary school level as well. There are certain students, quite a few, a significant portion, I should say, that are reluctant to ask for help when they are facing difficulties. And at the primary level, we heard firsthand that a lot of it had to do with approachability on the part of the teachers. Now we come to the broader recommendations that are outlined in the main report. Up to this point, we've examined things with narrower lenses, neatly categorizing them into one of the three thematic areas on which we focus for this review: teacher quality, teaching methods, and curriculum. Here now is where we've looked at the entire body of data and flagged major concerns. All right, please be reminded that the Education Task Force has submitted several documents, not just the main report. It also includes action plans that go into further detail, identifying challenges or concerns and providing recommendations for what we could address. The first big red flag was inconsistency. The word inconsistency was also like a refrain sung by several stakeholder groups during our focus group activities. Although diversity and variety can enrich any context, there comes a point where we must be vigilant against inconsistency. We found evidence of such, or at least anecdotal evidence of such, in certain issues ranging from recruitment, so varying accounts of becoming permanently employed, to conflict resolution approaches. There was also the issue of inconsistency with regard to accountability measures and the chain of command. So where do you access, at what level should you access in order to solve an issue at school? Recommendations for this issue, for this inconsistency, take the form of crafting and implementing and keenly monitoring, evaluating, and reviewing clear, comprehensive policies to address those areas of inconsistency. Such as, we do know that there is a code of ethics for teachers. We would recommend that there is more visible or more sustained and consistent reference made to those codes of ethics, especially in terms of when there are issues of accountability. We also recommend those clear, comprehensive policies to clearly delineate the structure and functions of various offices within the educational organization, that also include behavioral expectations regarding issues like communication and conflict resolution. The next issue, deceleration. Sometimes a change of pace is necessary to help one find his or her footing. There seems to be consensus from several stakeholder groups that our students are in danger of curriculum overload. Although teachers report generally having enough allotted time to complete lessons during a school day, they are concerned about interruptions from sources like externally organized activities and disruptive students. This is a direct quote from one of our focus group sessions. One teacher did say that foundational principles continue to be missed due to these overloads. Students indicate that they do need support to manage the workload, as to be expected. They do manage, but they are challenged by the volume of assignments and content. They lack support in specific areas, and they are challenged by their participation in extracurricular activities. So what type of support do the students really ask for? What are they actually requesting? They indicate that they, again, generally manage their workload well, and they receive support. About 73% of students did report that they receive support from their parents. The other two most common sources of this support would come from friends or classmates and online resources. What is interesting to note is that students have identified these areas, but they've also described parental support that does not quite meet those particular needs. So they describe parental support as consisting of ensuring that they revise regular conversations about school and their parents staying abreast of the topics that they're studying. But students specifically request support with learning skills, executive functioning skills such as time management, organization, assignment tracking, deadline tracking. Parents also describe their support very similarly to how students describe their support, and they have also not necessarily been providing those executive functioning skills support. And some of us at the school have seen that disconnect, and we believe that it is, at least among the education task force, we believe that with such a willingness among parents to support their children well, it may be worthwhile looking into programming that empowers parents with capacity building in this area. 92% of parents indicated that their child seemed overwhelmed. The main culprit, again, for this overwhelm was the volume of assignments or content. But they also suggested that relationships with teachers or peers, participation in extracurricular activities, and again, safety concerns accounted for this concern for their students' well-being. When asked about what may be contributing to their child's feeling of overwhelm, 1 in 5 parents said that it was because their child felt unsafe at school. Taking the current climate into consideration, in addition to the post-COVID emergence context, it may be worthwhile to seize an opportunity for reset. There is consensus among stakeholders who directly engage with the curriculum that it is content heavy, particularly at the primary school level. There appears also to be a minimum standard for basic literacy across the scholastic career. This is a bit concerning. We should free our students with aspirational expectations rather than bind them to a prison of no expectations. Can you imagine a well-streamlined curriculum from early childhood to secondary exit? A system where the focus is on literacy and community building in the early childhood education years. What would the system look like if we invested in our educators to both train emergent literacy and support literacy development across a student's entire scholastic career? And in this era of exponential technological advancement, what would it look like if students were actively involved in training for digital literacy? At this juncture, I feel it would be remiss of me to note that safety and security was not one of the thematic areas for which a team under the Education Task Force was commissioned. This issue, however, quite literally made significant appearance in almost every single forum conducted by the Education Task Force, with almost every stakeholder group. 14% of students, 1-4, say they never feel safe at school. 63% say sometimes they do feel unsafe. That's the combined total of 77% of a total of 573 students who responded to this survey, saying that they feel unsafe to varying degrees at school. From most to least concerning, students were concerned about weapons, whether they were brought onto campus or whether they were made on campus. Violence at school was their second top concern. Physical hazards was next. Drug use and distribution was next on the list. Bullying was next, and insufficient supervision at the school. That was from the student perspective. Teachers have a different order of priority, but not really so much when it came to their safety concerns, because we still see violence and weapons on campus as the top two main concerns of the teacher stakeholder group. Bullying was the third most commonly reported concern, insufficient supervision, then physical hazards, and then drug use and distribution. 84% of teachers expressed some level of concern for their safety. When asked, do you feel safe at school? 16% say always. 33% say often. 40% say sometimes. 7% say rarely, and 4% say never. There were differences between the primary and secondary level teachers when it came to safety and security. At the primary level, those teachers were more likely to report instances of bullying, and they had more concerns about physical hazards at school campuses. Secondary teachers tended to report twice as many areas of concern than their primary level counterparts. And these teachers, only secondary teachers, expressed concern about drug use and distribution at the school. 91% of parents indicated some level of concern for their child's safety. They were most concerned about bullying, then violence at school, insufficient supervision, weapons being brought on or made on campus, drug use and distribution, and physical hazards. We move to the recommendations for safety and security, which have been stated before, but again, for the listening public, I repeat. These recommendations are not newly conceived. They've been offered up in many different fora by many different persons from many different walks of life. And we offer them again today. We offer up installation of surveillance and monitoring systems across school campuses, both high school and primary school. The clear marking of campus boundaries and enclosures where feasible and necessary. The deployment of trained security personnel equipped with the skills to interact in an in-school context with young people. The Education Task Force is aware that this and many other recommendations made here or in our action plans may already be in the works. However, we must state the necessity of a comprehensive safety and security plan. This should also give way to meaningful training for staff to ensure optimal implementation of this plan and to equip and thus empower staff with emergency preparedness. In the excitement to integrate technology as a more commonplace feature in the average Anguillian teaching learning environment, we must also remember that unfettered access to the internet can pose more of a threat than an opportunity. More screens require more eyes to monitor them all. And so we recommend updated cybersecurity measures for safe and more focused browsing at school. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we are grateful to have been afforded the opportunity to make this presentation in this honorable House. Education, we all know, is a national priority. We are also grateful for the opportunity to have rendered this service to Anguilla in undertaking this review exercise. We stand on the shoulders of the many reviews and reports that have come before us, unfortunately bearing tidings that some concerns have existed in generations before continue to proliferate to this day. It is with this sense of urgency that we plead on behalf of our nation's children, on behalf of her educators, that strategic, urgent action be taken to ameliorate and work towards optimizing Anguilla's public education system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Michaela Scalachie Cunningham. The Single Island Wide Electoral District member, Mr. Joseph Vanterpool, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to yourself, the members of the gallery, the House of Assembly staff, the members of the Educational Reform Task Force, as well as all those who are listening, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I found it fitting that, having served as a member on the committee, that I should be next to speak. And before I get to the actual feedback on the task, Madam Speaker, there is something that I think should not be lost about this process. As the Minister said, this is a one-of-a-kind report in the sense that it was a mammoth of a task, Madam Speaker, and I'll get to that. But to my knowledge, this is also a very unique report in the sense that you usually have bipartisan support coming as a result of parliamentary committees, where there's a resolution and then persons are then set up through the Parliament in order to work together. The Minister did not have to do that in this case, Madam Speaker. I have advocated time and time again about my passion for many things in Anguilla, education being no exception, and I actually want to commend her, as well as the lead of the Education and Reform Task Force, for having set up the task force and realizing that I may be an asset to the process in reaching out. Because when it comes to issues like education, it's not about party, Madam Speaker. Those are issues that are bigger than us. And it is our job as elected representatives to use every resource and to work together in order to push issues like this forward. So I want to thank her for, in this case, being the bigger person and extending that olive branch, and I'm fully grateful for the opportunity. As it relates to the actual task, Madam Speaker, a mammoth of a task it was. This was definitely a labor of love that included many long hours, many long nights, and as was mentioned, with the exception of the rapporteurs, all done on a voluntary basis, Madam Speaker, all for the greater good of our education here in Anguilla. I'll begin by saying I endorse everything that has been said by my fellow colleagues and members of the task force. I'm in full support, and I would like to admonish each and every member of the listening public to get a hold of this report. Not only to go through it, not only because we spent a long time preparing it, but because time and time again, too many reports have been produced and then tucked away on a shelf. And the only people who are suffering as a result are the students who are going through our education system, Madam Speaker. As Ms. Cunningham would have mentioned, a mixed methods approach was taken to conducting this research, Madam Speaker. A lot of qualitative data was collected and a lot of quantitative data was collected. And persons might wonder what's the significance, why go through all of these different approaches, especially if they're all telling you the same thing. The quantitative data tells us what is happening. It shows us empirically what are we observing in our education system. The qualitative data allows us to drill down into the meaning and to the why, into the personal experience of each of the stakeholders, whether they're the educators, the parents, the teachers, or the students themselves, Madam Speaker. And the picture that was painted I won't rehash the statistics that my colleague went through, but I do think that it should be of concern. When Mr. Vanterpool would have gone through the letter by Dr. Hughes, Dr. Lowell Hughes, something that stood out to me and that I'm in total agreement with is how do we send our students throughout an education system for about 17 years of their life and they come out not being literate? How do we not have a 100% literacy rate here in Anguilla? Well, Madam Speaker, when the task force was committing the literature review, something stood out, not only to me, but I believe something that shocked all of us. At the grade 3 level, when we test for functional literacy in Anguilla, it's an average of about, I would say, 60% of our students at the grade 3 level are identified to be functionally literate. We then boast that in grade 6, 95% of our students who graduate from the primary level are functionally literate. If we have 95% of our students leaving the primary level at a level of functional literacy, Madam Speaker, why don't we have 100% literacy? Why do we have issues with reading and writing in our secondary school? Only to find out that our definition for functional literacy in Anguilla is being able to read at the age of a 9-year-old. So it's one thing for us to feel proud and to boast that our students are leaving our primary system at the age of 12, going on to secondary school, and they're 95% literate. But are we really proud that 95% of our 12-year-olds heading to the education system in secondary level can only at most read at the age of a 9-year-old? Madam Speaker, that's nothing to be proud of. As it relates to the need for deceleration of our primary curriculum, I'm wholeheartedly believe this. We can't be sending our students to secondary school to learn biology, chemistry, and physics when they can't read the terms that are on the paper. Why are we so adamant that we need to teach them Spanish, French, and all of these other fancy subjects when they can't understand English and math? And Madam Speaker, that's not a problem that I would say is unique to Anguilla. But unless we change, whether it's on a regional level or on a local level, how are we going to get different results? And we're not saying that these other subjects are not important, but how about we change the way that they're delivered? How about you deliver scientific content in a literature class for the people to be able to understand it? There are many ways that we can go about delivering the varied amounts of content and the diverse spectrum of content while focusing on the fundamentals of literacy and numeracy, Madam Speaker. That is what we need to focus on, because other than that, we are failing our students. And with that being said, Madam Speaker, something that just came to mind. In terms of one of the focus group sessions that we had with teachers, we really need to place a focus on how we go about recruiting our teachers. Something that stood out to me that really didn't make any sense is how we had a teaching assistant who had a bachelor's degree with a focus in education, who apparently could not be hired as a full-time teacher because she never passed CSEC Maths. You have a bachelor's degree with a focus in education, but you're a teaching assistant and not a teacher because they told you you need to go back and pass CSEC Maths. That making sense, Madam Speaker? That led me to a suggestion that was made by another teacher, not in a focus group session, but a teacher who pulled me aside after and wanted to have a conversation. And she made a suggestion that I think that we really need to take into consideration, at least give it a listening ear. Our teachers at the primary school level are asked to take over a class for an entire year, and they often teach all of the subjects in that class, with the exception of PE and maybe the languages. So that means if your focus, your passion is literacy, you could have a master's degree in literacy, you could be the best English teacher and not be able to add 2 + 2 and make 4. You're still forced to teach maths to our students. How does that make sense? The suggestion that was made by the teacher is that teachers with different specialties and focuses cycle through the different classrooms. If my focus is on math, my specialty is math, you do the timetable so that today at this time I'm in grade 1 math, then I move to grade 2 math, grade 3, and when you do that, you actually get a pool of teachers who are able to track the progress of the students throughout the system. Aside from that, they don't have to hurt their heads with other subjects that they are not maybe even passionate about, but they may be no good at whatsoever. Madam Speaker, as it relates to recruitment as well, in fact, I want to read a section from the literature review, and then I'll get back to this point as it relates to recruitment. Again, I would endorse everyone to get a copy of this, but I want to highlight this point. The conclusion of the literature review reads, Madam Speaker, many of the findings in the aforementioned studies are in alignment with the results in this education exercise. So, a new study, Madam Speaker, not saying anything new. While this reality has confirmed the existence of stubborn issues, it is perplexing that after several corroborating reports, there has been little intentional remedial progress. Teacher quality, curriculum overload, poor literacy scores, and inability to access learning as a result, deviant behavior, conflict, and issues with resolution all are recurring without directed sustained attention. All reports agree that stakeholders must collaborate. Constructive dialogue among all stakeholders on the way forward will be needed to strengthen the school's capacity to create an environment more conducive to teaching and learning. And this came from the Sagicor ALHCS Institutional Strengthening Report of 2017. I'll pause here for a moment to say, Madam Speaker, that this, I believe, would be the most widespread study in terms of engaging with stakeholders. And while we are here today to table the content and to table the action plan, that collaboration with stakeholders, I don't think, can come to an end. Not even should, Madam Speaker, it cannot. One of the things that really got teachers going when we came to them, a lot of them were very disillusioned with the process. They were like, another study? What's going to be the difference this time? The minister would have stated earlier that regardless of which administration goes forward, this will go, because a joke that we often touted, well, I would say joke because very serious about it, is that we are showing that across the aisle, this is an issue that we are both supportive of. So regardless of the next administration, it will be supportive of. And until that election time, Madam Speaker, I will continue to work with the minister, but my role in opposition is to keep our feet to the fire to ensure that this does not die, to see if dust come in to dust it off and say, Minister, what are we doing? So I would like to see that once we're done here in the House, and even in the process of actioning these, the items, that we take these reports and the action items back to the stakeholders for re-engagement. We don't want them to say that they fed into the process and that they were not then able to then say, okay, here's the report, and give further feedback, because we're not here to dictate to them, Madam Speaker, how it should be gone. I think the time for that is too far gone. Education systems of today should have a place for teachers to be able to dictate how they want to teach and how their learning environment goes. Because we have too many teachers who right now are fed up and frustrated with the system because they just feel like they're being told what to do, whether they feel like the people telling them what to do knows what they're saying or not. So, just to say, we have to go back to the stakeholders with these documents. So to continue from the conclusion of the literature review, Madam Speaker, Petty's 2009 concluding statement offered by the youth representative on the team continues to bear relevance here. Until the importance of education is recognized within Anguillan society and given the resources and attention it requires, the prevailing attitude of acceptance of mediocrity in many aspects of our educational system will prevail. In summary, we need teachers who care. We need a comprehensive school which is well built. We need leadership with vision and one which ensures that all aspects of the education system work and move together like a well-oiled machine. Now, somewhere in this document, Madam Speaker, it speaks to the fact that principals and, in most cases, senior management don't play an active role in the recruitment of teachers. It's done by public administration department. And as a result of that, teachers often feel, at least this is what was reported to us, that their seniors are not responsible for sanctioning them or punishing loosely in any way in terms of remedial action. They feel like they answer to the public administration department. So I say this to say, Madam Speaker, that we need to get all stakeholders working like a well-oiled machine. Here's my experience when I came back from university, Madam Speaker. Went off, studied 4 years, got my master's in computer science, and I come back. I was island scholar, so you have to report to public administration. This speaks to the need for a plan as to a needs assessment and to being able to source persons for those areas. Because explain to me, Madam Speaker, why I went away to study computer science for 4 years, came back to Anguilla to see how I can contribute my skills and be able to give back within the area and the marketable skills that the scholarship afforded me, to be said, oh, what are we going to do with you? Do you want to go teach physics? Madam Speaker, till this day, that blows my mind. Because it's not to say that the system didn't know that I was away. It's not to say the system didn't know that they were paying for it. So now that I'm back to contribute, you're asking me to teach physics simply because I did it at CSEC and A-level 4 years prior. Madam Speaker, while I never thought that I would have wanted to pursue, I wouldn't say pursue, I wouldn't have engaged in a capacity as a teacher, the Lord knows why situations happen and present themselves and why we go through them. And I guess we recognize that in hindsight. Because the opportunity I had in 2022 to 2023, when the electronics class, third form, did not have a teacher, and I was able to step in and work with the students for that year, it exposed me on a direct level to our educational system. I had gone through the system as a student myself 10 years prior, but now here am I back. As a teacher, and I'll say that in a loose sense, I didn't have to deal with the pressures teachers have to go through of teacher training. I didn't have to deal with multiple classes. I just had to show up, teach my cohort of students, and leave. But in that time and being exposed in that environment, I was able to walk around, engage with other students, engage with my students and other teachers, and see firsthand not only the degradation of our education system, but the fact that our teachers are out here. They are unsung heroes. Madam Speaker, I know a lot of people often have a lot to say about teachers, but when you really think about it, our students or our children in society spend more time with their teachers than they do at home with their parents. These teachers, some of them are also parents. So when you have to factor in that they have to do lesson planning, daily lesson or weekly lesson planning, they have to go to teachers training, while all after looking over their own household and preparing for the next class, and then sometimes taking care of other person's children, I think we need to be able to cut them a bit of slack. A number of practical recommendations did come out of this. For example, every teacher has to every year plan their lessons throughout the year. What about pooling lesson plans to ensure not only consistency across the different schools, but creating templates so that teachers can spend less time planning the lessons and more time actually focusing on teaching the lessons? Madam Speaker, we heard stories of teachers who are penalized for not having a lesson plan, but they are teaching the lesson. And when they now spend time creating a fancy-looking lesson plan and the students suffer as a result, they are lauded and applauded. Why? Because they have their lesson plan. Madam Speaker, along the way, we have lost our focus in several different areas. The fact that the recommendations coming out of this are in the hundreds, Madam Speaker, and even then we have to assess, have we covered all areas, shows that our current system is broken, Madam Speaker. And we cannot just say it is broken or it is what it is. Changing the status quo can be very difficult, Madam Speaker. It's something that's hard to do because as humans, we are resilient to changing what we already know. But change is a must in this case if we are going to ensure that our students going forward are actually prepared for the working world and what's to come. A quote that stood out when Mr. Vanderpool was speaking to me is that our current education systems are very good at preparing our students for a world that is no longer viable. Madam Speaker, with that being said, I once again want to admonish everyone to get a copy of this report, and I want to express my thanks to the Minister for allowing me to participate, to the team lead for extending that olive branch and inviting me to participate, and I also want to thank every member of the task force, all of the parents, all of the students, all of the persons who volunteer to facilitate the focus groups, as well as our rapporteurs. But Madam Speaker, this is a new beginning, not the end. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions? The Honorable Member for Road South is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't intend to speak very long because I echo the sentiments of the report and I echo the sentiments of the speakers that have gone before me. And it's quite interesting. I wrote down a quote that Mr. Lennox Vanderpool quoted, and it says, Caribbean education is not set up to teach, they're set up to test. There's a number of persons in this gallery today that went to high school before 1986, Madam Speaker. And before 1986, we did a common entrance exam. And once you got to class 5, sometimes you would skip classes. So I ended up going to high school at the age of 10. But even though I went to high school at the age of 10, there were students in my first form class that were younger than me. Lyndon Webster, for example, or one of those. He went to high school when he was 9 years old, and there were others. But Madam Speaker, you did a common entrance exam, and if you failed the common entrance exam, the next year you had the opportunity to do it again. And then when you got to class 6 in primary school, you were typically around the age of 16 years old, and then you would do the school leavers exam. And if you passed the school leavers exam, you would go directly to third form. My cousin Romel Hughes was one of such, where he failed the initial class common entrance exam and passed the school leavers exam and skipped Forms 1 and Forms 2 and went directly to Form 3. That is the way it was. So when I went to high school, I went through the common entrance exam. And I can recall I repeated third form because the focus was on ensuring that that student was ready and equipped to move up. Teachers thought I was not matured enough to move to fourth form. So I repeated third form. Today, we have a system that just sends children through high school, and they leave high school not even able to read and write. And some students even graduate high school with 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 subjects. And you sit them down to do an interview, and you cannot believe that this student with all of these ones and twos cannot communicate in an interview. When I know this from experience, because I also worked in the hospitality sector, and I had to interview students. So it goes back to the fundamental quote: Caribbean education is not set up to teach, they're set up to test. And I'm the father of 3 children. One just recently graduated 6th form, and goes back to what Mrs. Cunningham was speaking about the interest in school. Even though they did well, they had no interest in being in school, and they questioned a lot of the things that were being taught. And this is not a plug, but if you want to get a good idea outside of the report, read a book called Broken Cards, written by one Mr. Lennox Vanderpool, Madam Speaker, and you'll have an idea. It spoke to the before and after. And if you were a student that did not pass the common entrance exam, it did not pass the school level exam, there was something called the VOTEC Center, the vocational center, where many of our artisans, many of our skilled people, many of our hospitality professionals went to the VOTEC Center. And they learned many of the skills that built Anguilla. So in 1986, we created something called a comprehensive system that has failed us. It has failed us. And I say that without reservation. And it continued to fail us. And if you take a picture that was taken in 1850 of a classroom, and you take a picture that was taken in 2024 of a classroom, there's no difference. But if you read the book by Fareed Zakaria called 10 Lessons for a Post-Pandemic World, you will see that there needs to be a serious evolution in the way we teach, in what we teach. Because the jobs that we are teaching for and the jobs that we are going to college for today will not be there tomorrow. And it's a lot of them. A lot of them. And I was of the view, Madam Speaker, that there are certain jobs that could not be automated. I was of the view that jobs such as tiling, such as bricklaying, such as plastering, and those technical jobs could not be automated. But because so few of us are entering into those technical jobs, the technology that Fareed Zakaria said it would have taken 15 to 20 to 30 years to develop is being fast-tracked. And even those jobs are going to be automated. I want to give another example, Madam Speaker. In California, this year, the minimum wage went to $20 for fast food workers, the highest minimum wage. And what happened? The fast food outlets stopped hiring humans. No humans. They're now all automated. You're talking to robots and so forth. And if you go to Asia, in particular China, you will see the rapid advancement of that sort of technology. But as bad as we may speak of the education system, we still have a lot of bright lights. And those bright lights are isn't because of Those bright lights are usually because of parental involvement and a number of other factors, Madam Speaker. But still, Madam Speaker, we are failing. And there's a lack of control over our education system by the local authorities. The Minister of Education, for example, our Minister of Education, the Honorable Deanne Kentish-Rogers, have been criticized for spending a lot of focus on education, passionate about education, Madam Speaker. But as much as she is the Minister of Education, there's still a lack of control over how we deliver and what we deliver on our syllabuses. The Caribbean Examination Council and those entities, they are ultimately have the power, because if you don't go through their examination processes, how do you go on to university, for example? So the way we are structured, the way we are being taught is something that is a recipe for disaster, and we see the results of those disasters already. But it needs to change. And it not only needs to change here, but it needs to change there. It needs to change at the top. And somehow, some way, they have to realize and recognize that we are failing. There's no way, and my children ask these questions, so I want to use them as examples. Daddy, why do we need to know the capital of this country when we can use Google? That's a legitimate question. Why do we need to know our tables when we can use a calculator? It's a legitimate question. And when they ask these questions, you have no real answer. Because we are teaching, and I want to make this example quickly because one of the speakers earlier spoke about the fact that a teacher who had a master's degree could not teach because they didn't know maths. I worked at Barclays Bank PLC with the Honorable Mayor Richardson, Madam Speaker. When I went to high school, for some reason, I was a poor student. And I won't lie about it. I was a poor student. I cut class. I barely went to class, Madam Speaker. But I had a mental block for math. Anytime I see those figures, something triggered and I could not compute. So I stopped going to math classes. I didn't do any math exam. And guess what? A job became available at Barclays Bank PLC, and I applied for that job. And I got that job. And I was a very good employee at Barclays Bank PLC. I never once had to use my brain to calculate debits and credits, Madam Speaker. There was a device called a calculator. And that was the device in which I used constantly. I don't remember making an error, Madam Speaker. And this is 30 years ago. And here we are today with Siri. And I want to give another example, Madam Speaker. I was speaking to a gentleman in South Hill just recently. Not recently, it was last year. And he was asking me about a process to do something relating to duty-free concessions, Madam Speaker. And I said to him that he needs to write a letter to the Minister of Finance and go through this process. I said, you need to explain why you're applying for this duty-free concession, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I kid you not, within 5 minutes, he sent me a letter that he had written. And when I read the letter, it was perfectly written, Madam Speaker. You would have thought that James Ronald Webster wrote that letter because he could write. Madam Speaker, it was perfectly written. It captured every point that it needed to capture. The grammar, everything was perfect. And I called him up and I said, listen, this is not possible. And he said, you ever heard about ChatGPT? And I'll tell you the truth, at that time last year, I didn't hear of it. He said, I just used that. And he sent me the link, Madam Speaker. So what are we really doing with education? And I'm not talking about Anguilla, yeah? I'm not talking Anguilla specific. I'm talking about the Caribbean, because it goes back to the point. Caribbean education is not set up to teach. It's set up to test. Test, Madam Speaker. When I went to primary school, and there's one person in this honorable house that is older than me, and that is Carla Goncala, Madam Speaker. But when I went to primary school, when I first entered primary school, I was given half of an exercise. Who went before me, who were given a slate, Madam Speaker, half of an exercise book. Most of the teachers that taught me in primary school never went to secondary school, Madam Speaker. They were excellent teachers. By grade 2, I was receiving a whole exercise book, Madam Speaker. The entire duration of my time, up until I graduated primary school with teacher Rona Proctor, Madam Speaker, I only had one exercise book. Today, the children cannot carry the books. They have to use rollers. They can't put the backpacks on their back because they'll suffer injuries, Madam Speaker, developmental and back injuries and spinal injuries. But back then, the teachers were teaching, the students were learning, and people were doing great. Dr. Lowell Hughes, one of the most brilliant people the Caribbean have ever seen, a little older than me. His mother was a teacher. Brilliant teacher, Dorothy Hughes, Madam Speaker. Never went to secondary school. I have an uncle that's 97 years old. Brilliant mathematician and businessman. Barely made it through primary school, Madam Speaker. And I'm not discounting education. Don't get me wrong. But Madam Speaker, these students learned and learned well because they were learning for a world that doesn't exist today. The world doesn't exist today. Just yesterday I was looking at this medical procedure that was being done by doctors in India conducting a surgery in the Caribbean. You understand what I'm saying, Madam Speaker? We are getting lost, totally lost. And we can produce, Madam Speaker, all of these reports. We can produce broken cards. We can see all of the issues in the system, our children being left behind. And we could come up with the greatest plan to fix those problems. But yet, outside of Anguilla, covering the Eastern Caribbean, Jamaica, Barbados, Antigua, Anguilla, etc., there's a council that sets the education syllabus and policy. When I went to high school, there was a history book that we were given called Iraq's the Africans. Remember it, Merrick? Parliamentary Secretary, sorry. Iraq's the Africans, Madam Speaker. Sorry? Iraq's the Africans. Iraq's the Africans. History book. Mr. Horace Proctor was my farm master, Madam Speaker. Iraq's the Africans. And the book that I received, Iraq's the Africans, it was covered with brown paper, Madam Speaker. And it was passed down. So I got to pass it down. All of my exercise books in First Farms were passed down. And I was able to pass them down. Almost every week you got to buy a new set of books, Madam Speaker. Almost every week. And you got to take all of them. Learn through primary school, Madam Speaker. So all of these books, all of these subjects, all of these things, Madam Speaker, and we're still failing. We're still failing. So I am in full support, and I commend the team, the task force, for putting together this report, Madam Speaker. And all of the work that went behind this report, and all of the trees that was destroyed producing this report, Madam Speaker.
Only for you, man. Only for you.
All right? And Madam Speaker, collectively, we must make the case to the powers that be. Because I can't understand how they cannot see what we are all seeing, what Farid wrote about, what Lennox Vanderpool wrote about, what the Education Task Force have written about, and I'm sure this may not be the only Education Task Force in the Caribbean. I cannot see how they do not see these things, Madam Speaker. The world is changing, and the world is changing rapidly. Just imagine where we will be in 5 years, Madam Speaker. The world that we see today in 5 years will be different, vastly different. Who would have believed, Madam Speaker, that we could walk around with our computer, with our calculator, with our clock, our camera, and walk around everywhere with it in 1980? and the rapid advancement in technology as global powers seek to become number one over the next 5 years is going to be tremendous. And the Caribbean is still going to be focusing on testing rather than educating. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to present on this motion, this document that was brilliantly put together by the Education Task Force. And I want to start by highlighting that this document, Madam Speaker, is not just our business in here. This document is Anguilla's business. This document is something that every stakeholder, parents, students, everyone, those on the various job sites, those in the religious circles, this report is a vital one. And it highlights the opinions, the feelings. It brings to life many statistics and data that was brilliantly collected as well. And it is a document that we, like the Honorable Single Island Wide Member Joseph Vanterpool said, we should take it back to the public, should dissect it some more, we should get some more feedback, because the more we highlight this document to everybody, we are highlighting the issues that are plaguing education in this country. And the more people that are knowledgeable about what we are going through as a country, educationally, we together need to work on solving the problem. Because the problems that we face are not only teacher-related problems, they're not only student-related problems. It's an entire societal issue. So I want to give kudos to the team that put this document together. It's a good document, and it's an easy document to read. And Madam Speaker, there's so much things that you can look through the document and pick out. But the overarching issue, Madam Speaker, is that the system is failing. And the report highlights that fact. The system, Madam Speaker, and we all see it, it pushes out people, pushes out students who have not grasped the fundamentals of life, the fundamentals of survival, and the basic fundamentals of reading and comprehension. And if a system continues to push students out without those basics, and it continues to push students out without the technical education as well, the hands-on, because not everybody is academically inclined. But if you can use your hands, if you can learn a trade, if you can be technical to a certain extent, then that is also a start. But we can look around and see that the system is pushing out students who have neither. So what will happen? What happens to a student who is not educationally inclined, who's not technically inclined, and who's not interested in sports? Where does that student fit into society? And we have maybe a handful. Those are the students. Those are the young people that we need to nurture. Even at this stage, we need to find them, and we need to nurture them, and we need to ensure that at this present moment, that there's some type of continuous learning, there's some type of program that we can enter them into. But like I said, it's a societal issue. Madam Speaker, another point that I want to touch on is the increase of Spanish-speaking students in our classrooms without the resources to adequately educate, without the resources, the full resources, to adequately make sure that they can speak English when they finish, that they can write English, and that they can understand. Perhaps the system is overburdened, so it's an area that I know we would need to spend more resources in. So that is another area. I did not see it in the report, maybe I missed it, but it is something that we also have to be very cognizant of, because they are a part of us, they are our brothers and our sisters, and we have to be responsible for ensuring that we provide an education system that also caters for English as a second language. So maybe we would hear a little bit more about that. Madam Speaker, I also want to touch on something that was very alarming in the report, something that we have heard on the streets and we have heard through various complaints and issues with violence in the school, but threats to teachers. Very, very, very concerning, Madam Speaker. And I can remember my time in school. I was somewhat disobedient at times, Madam Speaker. But back in my time, we had a system of discipline. And I remember I was very unruly one time to my farm teacher. And to this day, I apologize to him whenever I see him. To this day, we are really good friends. But I was really unruly to the point where I ended up getting lashes with a strap from Mr. Radney. And we also have a good relationship, even though that occurred. So what I'm saying is that we have removed all forms of discipline. Discipline that would somehow result in a change of behavior. Discipline that would somehow result in students having to consider and to think about their actions. And discipline and corrective actions does not only stop at the school, it goes back now to the home and society as a whole and how we have failed together. And that the only way we're going to be able to turn things around for the better is for us to look ourselves in the mirror and realize that wrong will always be wrong. And we must not cover for wrong behavior and wrong actions. That discipline, some form of discipline, are to follow. I am from that old school, Madam Speaker. The other area I wish to touch on is the disconnect between teachers and the administrators of education. I read in a report, and that was also very shocking, because the education department is one unit, and there had to be more collaboration, and I see some recommendations that was brought forward. And this is why, Madam Speaker, this report is so important, because I believe it brought out honesty. I believe students and teachers didn't hide the truth, didn't sugarcoat the truth. And wherever that exists, wherever that raw truth exists, as painful as it can be sometimes, we need to hear it. And we need to hear it, and we need to take corrective actions. So I'm pleased with the report. And as the Honorable Joseph Antepool said, we are to hold the government, the Minister of Social Responsibility and Education responsible for enacting and continuing to move forward with this document, Madam Speaker. I also, Madam Speaker, want to say a little bit on the topic of a heavy curriculum. You know, we are all different in our own ways. My experience going to school, although we had a lot of subjects, I find it to be beneficial to be exposed to a vast and wide area of subjects, to be exposed to the many areas of which you can become a professional, of the many subjects that you can study. I find it to be beneficial to be exposed to it. What I find to be counterproductive is where you see weaknesses in a certain area, where you see open dislikes of a certain subject matter that we continue to force, whether it's from the system or whether it's from home, because sometimes it comes from home too. But I find it to be a disservice when a youngster has made up his or her mind that I want to be a pilot, I want to be an entrepreneur, but we force them, we strain them, we cause them to stress with this vast amount of books in bag that is breaking down our children's backs. When we find them at a young age knowing what they want to do, we have to support them in that area. I went to college at the age of 23, and that is a very old age to go to college. But when I went to college, I knew what I wanted to do. And while in college, I met people, students, who kept changing their degrees. I met students who've been in college 4 years before me, 6 years before me, not sure of what they want to do, but started a journey and couldn't quite make up their mind. So I think in our region, and in Anguilla in particular, when we have students that know themselves and know the career path that they want to be on, we have to find a way to guide them to it. So, Madam Speaker, those areas are the ones that I wanted to elaborate on a little bit. But I end by congratulating the committee, the task force, for an amazing document. And I look forward to the recommendations being implemented at some point. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Single Island Wide Electoral District Member. Oh, I'm sorry. You indicated yes? Oh, I'm sorry. The member for Road North is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to everyone listening and to everyone here in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start by giving thanks to the task force for producing this document. It was an awesome read, Madam Speaker, going through this document. Also would like to thank our esteemed experts. Seems like every time we got a task force or we have experts to present in this house, we seem to get some of the best. But not shockingly, because that's Anguilla. We always produce our best. So to Mr. Banterpool and Mrs. Cunningham, thank you for your presentation this morning. It was awesome. Again, I would like to have everyone, if you missed it earlier, go back and listen to the presentations that were made. Madam Speaker, when I was reading this report, I keep going back as a parent. I keep shaking my head with a lot of things. I should have been reading it as a parliamentarian, but I couldn't help, Madam Speaker, of reading this report from a parent's perspective. And I've been a parent for quite a while, Madam Speaker. So long that just a week ago, Madam Speaker, I entered a new stratosphere. I'm now a grandpa. So respect the grade, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, from the perspective of a parent, I was happy to read that the task force, when they were doing their surveys and collecting data, they collected from all stakeholders, not just teachers, not just the administrators, but they went down to primary school students. They respected the primary school students enough to get their input into this document, Madam Speaker. High school students, parents, Madam Speaker. They got data from everywhere, Madam Speaker. And why I love that, Madam Speaker, is because a lot of times some of us have things in our head of what's going on, what's the issue. But when you have hard, solid data, Madam Speaker, you can base your decisions on that hard, solid data. And I was very, very, very happy to see that the report was based on data. Because I don't know if it's a matter of a point of getting older, but I love to see fact-based information, Madam Speaker. And that is what I loved about it. But like I said, Madam Speaker, I just keep going back as a parent, all the issues I see. And a lot of the issues, Madam Speaker, has to do with the system that I experience as a parent. Because I can tell you this, Madam Speaker, having 3 children go through the education system, my last daughter just graduated primary school, having not all of them being the best, all of my children being the best students in school. But there was always one common theme, Madam Speaker, whenever I had to go to a parent-teachers meeting, I was called into the school. There was always awesome teachers, Madam Speaker. And even sometimes when your child do step out of line or wasn't the perfect high school student, Madam Speaker, you could always find teachers who would come to the side or even call you separately and say, hey, watch your child, he's doing this, he's doing that. So I know the problem wasn't the personnel, Madam Speaker. There was no way the problem could have been personnel. And I'm speaking as a parent here today who has had those interactions, Madam Speaker, interactions so long, as I said, Madam Speaker, that I'm now gone into a new stratosphere. It's a system, Madam Speaker. And to see that this system was breaking down, Madam Speaker, by this task force to come up with almost 200 recommendations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think if you got any system and you have 50 problems with the system, Madam Speaker, that's a failed system. That's a failed system. But to get up with 200 problems you find that and have come up with recommendations, Madam Speaker, that's serious concern. The only thing I will fault on this report, Madam Speaker, the one thing, the timelines. I wanted to see those solid timelines, Madam Speaker, something for us to strive for. Something for us to strive for. Because, Madam Speaker, in reading the report, I was shocked to realize that as far back as 2009, Madam Speaker, a report was done. And the report was referenced because in 2009, problems that was identified back then, we still have them in 2024. So obviously the reports were being done, expertly being done, but they weren't followed through. And I have no doubt, Madam Speaker, that this is going to be followed through. This is going to be followed through. But I would have loved to see the timelines, just to hold our feet a little bit more to the fire, just so we can say, okay, we've completed this one, we've completed that one. Because that is also important, Madam Speaker. And we need to be able to see that we are progressing with these, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was touched earlier about the heavy workload of students, especially at the primary school level, Madam Speaker. And that has always been concern to me, Madam Speaker. When you have to help your child carry her book bag to class, Madam Speaker, you know it's concerning. You know it is concerning, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Road South mentioned going to school back when he went to school in the 80s, Madam Speaker. We were able to get books, Madam Speaker. My sister, who's 6 years older than me, when I started high school, I was able to get some of her books. Well, they were her books, they were John books, they were Jack books, they were Jim books, but I got the books. Everybody put their names in the books, Madam Speaker, so I knew everyone who had those books for the last 8, 9 years. Though we have a system where every single year, you can't get books from John, you can't get books from Jack, because they go, they change one page, they change a sentence, they change something in the book, and we have edition number 507. So you have to buy a new set of books, Madam Speaker. And other members, Madam Speaker, have said it's not just an Anguilla problem, it's a wider Caribbean problem. Because we somehow are missing this boat. We are somehow missing, Madam Speaker, that times are advancing. Madam Speaker, I was recently on vacation, last week actually, my wife, my youngest daughter. And every time my wife encountered a problem with her cell phone, She wanted the password, and the person who was going to give us the password wasn't there. She had it on her phone, didn't have it on her laptop. She had to wait till our daughter wake up to show her how she can get the password from the cell phone to put it on the laptop. So you have I won't expose a very young adult lady, my wife, don't know how to find that information, but an 11-year-old knows it. So what are that saying, Madam Speaker? Who's really teaching who? Who's actually leading who? So we are missing the train, Madam Speaker, because we love to glorify, and I am a stickler for education. I am a stickler for education. You focus on your schoolwork. Get that foundation laid. Just this morning I was telling my wife before I left home, in all my years of living, I've seen where you've remodeled a building, you've taken off the roof, you can knock down walls, and all of that, change windows and everything. But in all my years of living, and somebody can correct me out there who knows more about construction than me, I've never seen a foundation remodeled, because you always have to lay that foundation good and proper. If you have to remodel a foundation, you're digging up everything. You don't remodel a foundation, Madam Speaker. You remodel walls, you remodel roof. So the foundation has to be laid. So that's why I'm a stickler for education. That foundation has to be laid. So whatever you choose to do as you progress in life, whatever you figure out you want to do, that's good. But the foundation must be there. But if we are laying a foundation like previous speakers have said before, that's for the 1950s or the 1960s or the 1970s, and we're in 2024, we're not given a chance to remodel, Madam Speaker. We need to just get a jackhammer, we need to get a priestman, we need to get an excavator, just dig it up. Because the foundation is no more good. We need to lay a new foundation. And that is why this document is so important, Madam Speaker, to Anguilla, Madam Speaker. This document is so important, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I've mentioned to more than one person my issues sometimes when matters are discussed in this honorable house. We go through them, we dissect them, we speak about them on different various platforms, Madam Speaker. And then in a 6 months' time or you hear somebody talking about this. I said, but we address this. We are showing you where our blueprint is and where we are going to. Because somehow, unless it's sensationalized, somehow, either a TikTok video, and maybe we need to get on the train with these, but somehow, unless it's sensationalized, Madam Speaker, important topics like this one, Madam Speaker, seems to keep missing the mainstream, Madam Speaker. They seem to keep missing the mainstream. Madam Speaker, when you have such a high percentage of our students being concerned with security, Madam Speaker, being concerned about their safety at school to the point where they are afraid to go to school, Madam Speaker. That's alarming. That's concerning. So the students are concerned about our safety. The parents are concerned about the student safety. The teachers are concerned about student safety and their safety. Everyone is concerned, Madam Speaker, about the safety at school. And I again commend the task force, and it might sound like a broken record, but I can't give them enough thanks and praise for this document, Madam Speaker, because this wasn't just a one-man job, a one-woman shoot. All the names were listed out, Madam Speaker. Some of them I know personally, some of them I know professionally, Madam Speaker, are some members of our society, Madam Speaker, who gave effortlessly of their time, Madam Speaker, and that is to be commended. But we always have to be conscious, how are we going to get this message? How are we going to get this document out to a wider public, Madam Speaker? Because, Madam Speaker, every single student in that school, in all our primary schools, from preschool up to sixth form, Madam Speaker, every student have a parent or a guardian. A parent or a guardian, somebody looking out for them. So I am thinking, if everybody have a parent, everybody have a guardian, we should be printing this document left, right, and center. We should be running a Katona and Anguilla, Madam Speaker. But for those who are a little bit more technologically advanced, just download it. Just download it and read it, Madam Speaker. I expect people to be discussing this document, Madam Speaker, on the airwaves, Madam Speaker, in the barbershops, Madam Speaker. That is how important it is to the future of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, the future Ain't next year, ain't 20 years ago. Madam Speaker, I know when my first phone at home was 677. One of those phones, Madam Speaker, where you dial, you had to wait till the number go back, bam. Now you just press one button and you could see the last 10 people you called, Madam Speaker. Technology is moving fast, Madam Speaker, and we need to get with the times. We as a people need to get with the times, and this year is a first and very, very important step, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to again close by thanking the task force for this awesome job they did. Thank the Minister, Madam Speaker, for her foresight to get it started. And I just wish that everyone, and I'm pleading to everyone who's listening, every parent in Anguilla, just to get their hands on a copy of this report and peruse it, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Single Island White Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is brought joy to my heart this morning, Madam Speaker, to stand in this honorable House, Madam Speaker, as a member of the teaching fraternity, because, Madam Speaker, even though I taught some 30-odd years ago, I still consider myself a member of that fraternity. And, Madam Speaker, the issues that have been raised in this report today are still dear to me. They are still relevant as they were 30-plus years ago. They are still relevant today. And I want to start out, Madam Speaker, by thanking the Honorable Minister for her initiative, for her foresight, Madam Speaker, in driving this process forward, Madam Speaker, back in, I think, 2022. And I also want to thank the various members of the task force coordinated by Mr. Lennox Vanderpool. We have Mrs. Cunningham here today, and I think Ms. Edwards may be traveling. But we want to thank them as well as the various members, Madam Speaker, who would have served in these committees, and of course you would have heard from our honorable colleague as well, who participated in that process. Madam Speaker, permit me, as a former teacher, just to share a little bit about the life of a teacher, Madam Speaker. You have your classroom, you come to school in the morning, you have your class, Madam Speaker, and you know classes being what they are, you can't turn your back for any 1 minute. So you are basically supervising and teaching that class for the entire duration of the day, Madam Speaker. You may have given homework, so you have books to mark. So your break times are taken up with marking books. You have your lesson plans to prepare, Madam Speaker. You can't prepare them during the day, so you have to use your afternoons after school or your evenings at home, Madam Speaker. Setting tests and so forth. Teaching aids to prepare, Madam Speaker. Nowadays, we have ICT, we have glorious graphics. Back in those days, Madam Speaker, it was manila and markers to prepare. So I'm saying all of this to say that the demands placed on teachers over these years have been tremendous, Madam Speaker. And this is why it's so relevant today that we are highlighting the issues in our school system, particularly among our teachers. And we have talked so much in the report about teacher quality, Madam Speaker, the need for teacher training, Madam Speaker, the need for teaching methods, Madam Speaker, and students. Madam Speaker, I've had 3 children go through the education system in Anguilla. I'm not ashamed to say, I perhaps consider myself fairly well educated, but Madam Speaker, many, many nights I would stay up just to provide support for the children. A lot of what they were doing was like Greek to me, but I simply felt by the act of staying up and being there, gave them that support. I say that to say the pressures on our children, Madam Speaker, have been great. The overload of the curriculum, Madam Speaker, all the things that they're required to do. But our young people have always been resilient. Their minds are young, their minds are malleable, as we would say, and they have stood up to the task, Madam Speaker. And then again, we look at the issues, Madam Speaker, of the curriculum as well, Madam Speaker. Have we been able to keep pace with the changes in curriculum over the years, Madam Speaker? Because again, when I was a teacher, it was basically, the 3 hours back then, reading, writing, and arithmetic. Now we have a myriad of other subjects that occupy the children's time. And Madam Speaker, the report speaks so much about the issues facing our young people, and when you read the report, you get a sense that maybe this is why we are having so many issues with our young people, Madam Speaker, who cannot cope with the education system. They can't cope with the demands placed upon them in school. And so because they cannot cope, they cannot adapt, Madam Speaker, they rebel, they engage in deviant behavior, Madam Speaker. And this is why perhaps we are seeing so many issues with our young people before our court systems in Anguilla. So all of this speaks, Madam Speaker, to an urgent need for reform, an urgent need for attention, Madam Speaker. And I would hasten to say that this report is 25 to 30 years late. Because a lot of our young people who are now passed on or have been killed or in jail, Madam Speaker, perhaps if we had paid attention to a lot of these issues back then, we would have had more productive members of our society today. But as they say, better late than never. And I am part of an administration, Madam Speaker, that we pledge to support and carry forward these recommendations. Because at the end of the day, I think over the years we have seen too many studies done, too many reports done, they go on the shelves and they gather dust. And I think it is incumbent on all of us in this honorable House, Madam Speaker, to support these recommendations taking forward. And Madam Speaker, there's a role in all of this for parents, for civil society, Madam Speaker, for our churches, a lot of whom stay passively on the periphery, just watch on. But I think this shows us that this is not confined to the education sector. This is not confined to the teachers or the Minister of Education. This affects each and every one of us, the church out there, the civil society, the Rotary, the Lions, all of them, Madam Speaker, the Boys Brigade, the Scouts movement. Everybody has to step up to the plate now, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the issues that have been facing our education system for so many years, now that we have had a body of volunteers who have done the research, have shown us what the issues are, I want to see, Madam Speaker, a nationwide response. And I'm told that this report is going to be made widely available. I guess it's going to be put on online. Make this part of your essential reading, Madam Speaker, so that persons can begin to engage in a dialogue, and perhaps we can begin to have some more meaningful discussions in our various radio and other platforms talking about this report, its findings, its ramifications, Madam Speaker. And a lot of this, Madam Speaker, we may not have highlighted this one, but a lot of this is going to call for financial resources. How are we going to make a lot of these recommendations reality, Madam Speaker? And again, we urge the public out there to support, so that we don't have long discussions about wasting money here and wasting money there, Madam Speaker. This is what persons' tax dollars are supposed to be geared towards, building and making a better society. So, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to be long. I thought I would share those few remarks, and in full support of the report, and I continue to encourage the members of the task forces not to let this die, but to continue to work and give updates as we move along so that this document becomes a living, breathing entity that we can see updates and upgrades as the weeks, months, and years pass on. Thank you for this opportunity, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions? The Honorable Member for Valley North is recognized.
Thank you again for the acknowledgement, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to commend the members of the task force for the hard work that they've put into this, and also to the Minister of Education for commissioning it. I know how difficult it is, Madam Speaker, for persons to use their personal time to serve on boards, committees, and organizations, Madam Speaker. Because all of us have competing interests and competing commitments in our lives. So I thank you guys, and we definitely appreciate the work that you have done. Madam Speaker, as a former teacher at the primary level, I know exactly how difficult it is to manage classrooms filled with students. I taught at the larger school. Manage classrooms filled with students with varying disabilities, that oftentimes you as a teacher is not qualified to handle, Madam Speaker. To manage curriculums, Madam Speaker, that are jam-packed. As a matter of fact, during my period of teaching, at the time, they would have introduced 2 new curriculums for science and social studies. So it was a work in progress. I was a new teacher, didn't have any prior teachers training, and it was a challenge. And I am very grateful that I would have had teachers like Teacher Lolita to really help to mentor me at the time and to help to give me support as a young teacher. That being said, Madam Speaker, I understand the difficulties that exist when you have students who speak different languages in your classes and you don't have the skill sets necessary to support these students. I advocated then, and I will continue to advocate for a structured English as a second language program for students to go through prior to coming into the general education system. Because I will say a lot of times, there's a lot of time that is taken up from teachers trying to support a lot of these children in the classroom settings that is taken away from actual teaching time. A lot of these children sometimes struggle during the transitionary phase and often give behavioral problems. There are also times, Madam Speaker, where you have children who are giving behavioral problems, who have behavioral problems, and this is at the primary level. But their learning disabilities are not as extreme to the point where they need to be in special education. So they're still within the general classroom, but again, it's causing disruptions to the teachers. And I can't help, Madam Speaker, but speaking about it because it's real, and there are a lot of teachers that are still facing this, Madam Speaker. I was teaching well over a decade ago, and some of these things still exist and these challenges still exist. So it is a reality, Madam Speaker, that on the ground there are significant challenges. But I will say we really need to look at our systems generally, Madam Speaker. And I'll give you an example. At primary school level, at graduation, I would have received the math award. I would have struggled in math during my high school years, Madam Speaker. I would have gotten additional tutoring from professors and teachers. And while I was able to pass the exam with a 3, the only 3 I got, I found that to be sheer luck, I will say, because I didn't feel prepared for the math exam at CXC level, Madam Speaker. I went through 6th form, did well there. We didn't have any math, thank God. But what I found interesting, Madam Speaker, was during my 1st year of university, when I did math, some of the same math that I had done at CSEC level, it just seemed like it was in a totally new world, Madam Speaker. The teaching methods were different. It was so impactful to me that the math textbook that I used in that 1st year of university, I brought it back home. And a heavy textbook, but I brought it back home and I shared it with some of my younger cousins that were coming up in during the CXC program. different teaching methods, Madam Speaker, just a different outlook on some of the same exact material that we had been doing at CXA, and this is at university level, Madam Speaker. And that really changed my outlook. Because by my second year of university, I was tutoring math. After struggling, Madam Speaker, in math at the CXC level, that tells me something is wrong. If we look at the percentages, Madam Speaker, of math, not just in Anguilla, but just across the Caribbean, horrible figures at the pass rates for math, Madam Speaker. That says to us that something is wrong. We really have to ask ourselves, are the education systems that we have, the institutions, the assessments, are they really serving our students effectively, Madam Speaker? When students leave high school, and I know this for a fact, a lot of these students, Madam Speaker, and I say it, they are not ready or fit for the working world. The transition, Madam Speaker, a lot of times is very difficult. It's not smooth, the work ethic is not there, but also the application skills. And these are students who on paper, Madam Speaker, seem to be very successful, some of them. But there is a disconnect between the ability to take certain examinations, but then be able to apply them in the real working world, Madam Speaker. And so we really have to start questioning, again, some of the systems. We are offering CCLC at the high school for persons who are school leavers, but they're not accepted by government. You have to have a minimum of 4 CSEC subjects to get access to the public service. So you have some students who are actually doing well in that program, getting ones in the program, but they are not able to use those subjects to get access to a government job. Where you have someone who might have done CSEC that got a 3, that technically a 3 is a pass, and you'd have access to it. So technically then, Madam Speaker, perhaps maybe we should be focusing a little bit more on having some of those students who are performing well at that level to do some of the CSEC, because if you can get even a 3, it means you can have access to a government job. And I know this, Madam Speaker, because I have real examples of students who have actually done well in those programs. They may not be your top academic students, but I am confident that they may have been able to perform well at the CSEC level. And they are barred from having access to government jobs at all levels. And Madam Speaker, that tells me something. In our school system, we have those systems. We have these examinations that they have to pass and they have to have access to, but our own government system does not recognize them. So you have almost, in some cases, a quarter of students leaving school who don't have access to the public service simply because they did not take those subjects. And in one young lady in particular in my constituency, Madam Speaker, she had to pay to do CSEC subjects after she came out of school because she realized she had no access to no job in the public service, and she would have gone and done 2 CSEC subjects after leaving school. She's done her 3rd one, Madam Speaker, and she has passed the first 2. So she feels as though she wasted some of her time during secondary level doing some of those examinations that were paid for because she doesn't have access to jobs that she wishes to have. And so there's obviously also a disconnect between our examinations and the system and the testing, but also the qualifications when the time comes to get jobs. And it's not just the public service. There are other organizations that don't recognize these qualifications. So you have students who are sitting at home that could have potentially gotten maybe a 3 in some of these courses and had access to jobs because technically they don't have any CSEC subjects. And this is real, Madam Speaker. And I'm saying this because I have young constituents who have gone through the education system who have been, in my opinion, in some cases, poorly advised and who now cannot find employment. The other issue we have, Madam Speaker, is that these are not taken by some tertiary level institutions overseas. So these same students have to pay to go back to the CSEC subjects to be able to get subjects to do anything beyond going to school. So you have no access to some tertiary level institutions. and you have no access to some jobs within your country, Madam Speaker. So there are a lot of issues and challenges that exist within these systems, Madam Speaker. Our students have severe learning difficulties and disabilities that are not being addressed in our systems, Madam Speaker. Everyone is kind of lumped together unless your circumstances are severe, Madam Speaker. Students are being left behind. Madam Speaker, the reality is that I acknowledge that we have a gamut of problems in our education system. And anyone that says and cannot acknowledge that we have significant challenges is really doing a disservice to us as a country and as a people. Does that mean that persons within the education system are not working and are not trying? Absolutely not, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, I know that there are persons who try every single day. They go to work, they put in their full time, they issue their examinations, they grade, they show up to work on time, they go the extra mile for their students. While on the other hand, there's some who do the complete opposite. The end of the year comes, no grades are available for students because adequate testing has not been done throughout that period of time. Some show up to class late, Madam Speaker, unprepared to teach, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in order for this to have true success, Madam Speaker, we also need to have buy-in from all stakeholders, parents, teachers, students, but also, Madam Speaker, we all as stakeholders need to hold ourselves accountable. If you have a responsibility that you are being paid to carry out, then you have to do so honestly and fairly, Madam Speaker. And we all have to look within ourselves and ask, are we a part of the problem, Madam Speaker? Because it is important. To this day, Madam Speaker, I still teach now at the tertiary level, but I still see some of the effects of poor, not necessarily poor teaching, but poor foundational challenges, Madam Speaker, that exist. At the tertiary level, students who still have severe challenges with subject-verb agreement, Madam Speaker. And I'll be the first to say English is one of the most difficult languages to learn, Madam Speaker. But the reality is we have to go back to basics, foundational. And again, I applaud the task force for giving a comprehensive report of some of the challenges that exist within the service. And I am committed in any way that I can to help to support getting this out to stakeholders. I've already started sharing it to some of the stakeholders in my constituency that are in education, in the teaching profession. But again, it will take a collaborative approach, Madam Speaker. And if there is a disconnect between any one set of stakeholders, we have to find a way to bridge the gap. We have to find a way to bridge the gap. Because it cannot be a me against you type system, Madam Speaker. Because while that is happening, our education system is falling apart. And what that is causing, Madam Speaker, is that our students are not able to compete on the same level of other Caribbean islands or even globally and internationally. And it is not, Madam Speaker, that the capacity is not there. Because we have many success stories of successful Anguillians who are doing very, very well overseas. So the capacity exists. But we have to make sure that those coming now, Madam Speaker, have the necessary tools and are able to succeed, whether you are a traditional academic, whether you are more inclined to technical training and technical studies. Because I will tell you, Madam Speaker, a lot of my friends who are technically trained make 3 times as much money as I do. They have good quality lives, Madam Speaker. So we need to be able to equip our students and every member of this society with a fair opportunity, Madam Speaker, to be trained, whether that is through traditional quote-unquote academic education, whether that is through technical training opportunities and vocational opportunities, Madam Speaker. But we must be committed as a country and as a community, one, to training and education, because as much as we talk about training and education, Madam Speaker, Have we really been putting the money, time, and resources necessary behind training and education? From the preschool level, Madam Speaker, straight up to the tertiary level, Madam Speaker. These things are incredibly important, Madam Speaker. In order for our people to be able to compete with so many individuals who continue to come to Anguilla, continue to work in the hospitality industry and many other places, are we really preparing our people to be able to successfully respond to the needs of our community, Madam Speaker? I look forward, Madam Speaker, to working in any way that I can to be able to push forward the recommendations of this task force. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for West End is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's one of our better houses, isn't it? There's no point of order or clarification. I think what makes it special, Madam Speaker, it is the fact that it's not about government or opposition, but it is about us as a people. It's about our future. I applaud the task force committee that came together from different professions, but they understand, in fact, all of them would have gone through the school system, and they understand some of the challenges that they might have faced and understanding the current challenges that we're facing today. When Ms. Skellicky Cunningham made her presentation, I think what concerned me most was about the fear that a number of our students have about going to school, the fact that they didn't feel safe. So it tells you it's not a school issue, it's a society issue. And what we've known over the last, for a number of years, that the behavior that is probably taken from society into the school grounds and the hate that's developed there goes back into our society. So we're all affected. So it's not just about pointing a finger of blame at those who are in education, but asking ourselves, are we part of the issue and also part of the solution? Madam Speaker, I haven't been a teacher, but I've been a coach. I've been a cricket coach for a number of years. Came back home in the early 90s to develop cricket in the schools. But back in about 2007, I was asked by the West Indies Board to go to a lecture at UTEC in Jamaica about coaching and teaching. And they invited all the top coaches in the Caribbean. And of course, we all turned up with a majority were male egos, that who are these ladies or teachers, female teachers, telling us about the game. But there's a big difference, Madam Speaker. Coaching and teaching is very different. The fact is that with coaches sometimes don't understand how to teach. They've got all this information, but try to give you too much than the body or the brain can decipher. So we were very humble that we were like students in a class trying to learn again how to teach. I've been very lucky in my profession as a cricket coach to turn up at the schools or go to the park where there's so many youngsters who are dead keen to go out and play the game. But if you're a teacher in a class, you've got so many issues that are coming into the classroom, the society issues. Some of the students don't want to be there because whether it's the home environment or they're prepared well enough at home. And again, I know the member for Road North would have mentioned about the foundation. We tend to look at the school and think that's where the problem is, but the foundation starts in our society, in our homes. And it's easy to blame, and again, I keep saying it, a single mother who might have a number of children. But in our societies, we are all responsible. In my years growing up in the 60s and going to school in the 60s when an exercise book was cut in half, you had no shoes on your feet, but what you did have was a foundation. The foundation in your society. You went to school, and my favorite teacher, God rest her soul, Alicia Hodge. So if you want to find out one of my passcodes, it's her, Alicia Hodge. She was a teacher that made me feel extra special. And it was not just her as a form teacher, but the whole system, because the respect that society had for the teaching profession, the teachers themselves are part of your society. Unfortunately, and we talk about how we advance as a nation, as a people, these are the challenges. We've lost a lot of that. So the teachers in high school, or the challenges in primary school, high school, or secondary school, comprehensive school, they're real, and they actually ends up back in society. So again, for us today, I think we're going to repeat quite a lot about how important this report is. But what is even more important, Madam Speaker, is what are we individually going to do about it? You know, there's always challenges, and I hear it when you have the PTA, Parent Teachers Association, that not enough parents are showing up. The question has to ask why. Why is that not happening? So many of the issues that the teachers are facing in the primary school system, if they're sorted out there and then, if there's an understanding of what the challenges parents are facing, we can probably prevent some of the issues that then moves on to the comprehensive school. So I am hoping, Madam Speaker, that a lot of what is written in this report, and it's not just what's written in the report, the recommendations, because there's nothing there that says, I don't know what to do, or there's nothing we can do. But we have to understand that is our responsibility to give our young children, our students, the best possible opportunity to succeed, and try also understanding them. You know, I didn't like French. I'd prefer to go to the park to play cricket. There were times that people thought, even in my own family, I was wasting my time playing cricket. They didn't see that. That is a passion I had that actually took me around the world. But and we know today, and you see it at the Olympics, there's so many of our athletes who get up there, and when they win, you might think for themselves, they're winning for their country, for their nation. To see Djokovic crying and trembling because he won a gold medal for his country, they're all proud of him. When you saw Scheffler, the golfer, who's won about 6 majors, but yet crying because he won, because he felt he was representing 360 million. The fact is, Madam Speaker, the educational system gives us a great opportunity to build ambassadors, because the person who is a musician or an athlete, and when they succeed, they're representing all of us. And if at some point we feel they're not representing us in the manner we'd like, we'll have to ask the question, did we give them the right tools in order to succeed? So I know some of the teachers, and I know the Honorable Island-wide member mentioned about this was a report that I think could have gone back 20 years. The fact is it's here and now, and I challenge all of us, not just in the House, but all Anguillians, to do their part to help our youth. By helping your youth in your society, at school, those who might need a textbook, an exercise book, or uniform, whatever it is. Give them the tools to succeed, because later in life, they're the ones who look after us. They're the ones, if they feel that they were given a fair opportunity, will help to protect us in our society. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and especially I thank the task force for the job that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for Sandy Hill is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the members of this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, I rise in relation to this Education Task Force report. And let me start off by commending the Minister of Education for her creating the task force and setting out the terms of reference, the results of which we have before the House today. And I want to thank the team leader, Mr. Lawrence Vanterpool, who is here, as well as Mrs. Galecki Cunningham. Mr. Vanterpool being the curriculum team leader and Mrs. Cunningham being the teaching methods team leader. And Madam Speaker, I would also like to thank the Honorable Jose Vanterpool for being a part of this committee and weighing in terms of his presentation today, as well as his contributions to the conclusions as set out in the report. Madam Speaker, the issue of education is a national issue. And it is for that reason why in this House today, you see that there is unanimous support for this report and for the recommendations therein. And as a former Minister of Education between 2017 and 2020, I can tell you that this report does indeed present a sobering reflection as to the state of our education system today. And as I went through the report, Madam Speaker, I have to say that I agreed with every sector of the report in relation to the state of affairs as it relates to teachers, the school leadership, the children, and every other aspect covered therein. And what we are seeing today, the shortcomings, are shortcomings that did not just crop up today or in 2020 or in 2015, but are issues that have been in existence for many, many years. And it is to the credit of this report that they would have made reference to various reports that had come before. 2009, 2016, 2017. And some of the findings in this report reflect some of the findings that has been stated earlier that were in those earlier reports. And what that means, Madam Speaker, is that we as a community, we as a people have not been able to date to effectively address the issues in our education system. And there is in fact a correlation between the shortcomings in our education system and the issues that we see in our social sector. And when you speak to some persons, some public servants in the social sector, they will tell you that there are in fact children, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, coming out of the system that do not know how to read. How is that possible in this day and age? And what it says is that these issues are stemming not just at the high school level, but at the primary school level and perhaps even at the early childhood level. Because a number of issues that the teachers at the early childhood level will tell you that you see in the children who graduate from high school were seen from those early days. So somewhere along the line, there has been a failure. If we identify it, there's been a failure to address. And so when we talk about addressing the education system, it has to be wholesale, Madam Speaker. This report would have focused on primary school, and it would have focused on secondary. And I have noted from the action plan that, in fact, the action plan for the secondary students is the largest action plan, spanning some 33 pages. Larger than the primary students, larger than the teachers. And what it says is that there is a recognition that there are a number of issues peculiar to secondary school that must be addressed. And when I sat as Minister of Education, I would have experienced and heard firsthand a number of the issues that are now coming out in this report. I would have seen and spoken to a number of primary school teachers who would have said, yes, they have issues, but the issues are containable because they're in a smaller environment, because they have more of a direct linkage to the principal, because they are able to come together and promote the issues and fight for the issues that they have, is why they have been able to overcome. Not to say that there are not shortcomings on that level, but they are more manageable than on the high school level. And from my recollection, the secondary school has approximately 140 teachers, and I may be corrected if I'm wrong. So when you talk about 140 teachers, imagine 140 teachers in an employment context, private employment. You have a private business and you have 140 employees. Can you imagine the HR, the human resources needs? Can you imagine what it takes to ensure that these 140 employees are taken care of, that they have the needs met? So, for instance, on a very simple level, we're about to start a new school year. And every year, for many, many years, many of the teachers pay monies out of their own pocket, or they find funding to paint their classrooms, their individual classrooms. They buy fans. Someone said to me recently they're buying a printer simply because having to go to the main office to print, etc., is burdensome. And so you find the teachers are paying out of pocket. And I'm always curious as to why, not just in Anguilla, but throughout the world, teachers who are the foundation of our society are not compensated in the way in which they ought to be. Because it is from the teachers where our children are groomed. They spend more time during the day with the teachers than they do at home. And so my mother was a teacher for over 30-something years in St. Thomas. And she was first a teacher at the junior high school at what they call Adelaide Cancrane Junior High School. And at that time, it was called Vietnam. So can you imagine, and there's a reason why it was called Vietnam. So can you imagine teaching 12 and 13, 14-year-olds within that range at a school that they've nicknamed Vietnam? How does a teacher manage their classroom, teach and ensure that children at different levels understand the subject that's being taught, are able to maintain the discipline in the classroom, and at the same time ensure that the curriculum is being met? It is a heavy task. And so I have great respect for our teachers. I think they work hard for the most part. The majority of them, you may have, yes, the odd person that people may lay claim and say that they're not functioning, etc. But the majority of teachers, I believe, are hardworking teachers that put forward their best effort to teach our children. But they must have the necessary tools as well. And so, and then on the leadership part, the school leadership. The school leadership does not have an open budget to provide everything that's needed to the teachers and for the school. And so you find they too have their shortcomings. And you can see during the report, in the report, that the leadership also says that there is a disconnect in terms of being able to discipline those teachers that may not be doing what they need to do. These issues have to be addressed. And then from the ministerial perspective, the ministry has to fight for funding year after year. And there are basic things that are not being provided in our school system that should be provided. There was a time, and I don't know whether or not it still exists, but there was a time where teachers had to bring their bathroom tissue. There was a time where they had to bring their hand sanitizer, their own hand sanitizer, pens, pencils, all of these other supplies, because they want to ensure that when they're teaching, that their class sessions go as smoothly as possible. And so if they don't have it, they pull out monies out of their own pocket to provide it. But parents as well play a crucial role, and I don't want us to forget that, because the parents have to support the teachers, they have to support the school. And if your child is not doing what they're supposed to do, then it's simply not on the obligation of the teacher's part alone, but you as a parent have a responsibility as well. And so, if it is that we are talking about improving the education system, it is a holistic approach that we have to take. It goes further than this report. It goes to where we as parents, we as citizens in our society understand and appreciate the role that we must play in order to have a successful education system and in order to have a successful society. There's been mention of a number of issues, and those issues have come to me as well while I was Minister of Education and certainly since. The Honorable Joseph Vanterpool have made mention of the CSEC requirement for teachers who have tertiary degrees, and that exists, I think, even up until last week. I had a discussion in relation to that. I don't understand. It's incomprehensible to me that especially if you are teaching at the primary level and you have a tertiary degree, why you're being made to obtain CSEC requirements to be able to teach. And in some cases, they are acting teachers. So you're in the acting role, you're teaching the children in the acting role, but you can't be made permanent because you don't have this degree from high school days, but you're qualified enough to teach. These are some of the issues that we need to work through and be able to address. The question that should arise is whether or not, if the teacher is teaching science, do they need the CSEC math? And even if they're teaching math at the primary school level, is there something that's preventing them from teaching math at the primary school level? But if they're acting, you would assume that they are teaching as is required. The other issue is in terms of the ESL, English as a second language. And I know that there's been some movement over the years. And I believe that at the primary school, and I could be corrected as well, I believe at the primary school level, there is now in place ESL opportunities for our children that are coming to Anguilla and enrolling in our school system with English as a second language. And at the high school level, there's some work that needs to be done as well. In relation to, and I will have mentioned earlier, children not knowing how to read in their teenage years, whether or not there are learning disabilities If those learning disabilities have been identified, and once they've been identified, do we have the resources in the education system to allocate to ensuring that these children are able to work around their learning disability and become functioning members of our society? If a child has been found to be dyslexic, do we have provisions in place to assist that child so that they can become a functioning adult? And it exists in other worlds, in other countries. So it's not to say that it is not possible in Anguilla. But have we put aside the resources to be able to implement? The CCSLC, while I was Minister of Education, I myself had to go on an educational expedition to be able to understand what the purpose of CCSLC was. CCSLC is supposed to be an assessment tool. And the assessment tool is supposed to be able to provide the educational system with a foundation and a basis on which you can assess where children are and where they're supposed to be. I could not understand at the time why the CCSLC certificate was being used as opposed to CSEC. And there is something that we have to pay attention to, because I have had parents come to me very angry that because of the form that they're in, their child is in, the child cannot take CSEC math. But they can go to the community college, or they could go to the North Hill Learning Center and obtain the same CSEC scores, take the test, and that test is accepted by the Ministry of Education. The question that people have asked is, why is CSEC not offered to all those persons, even if they are in band 3s and band 4s who want to take it, where their parents are willing to ensure that if they need additional classes, whatever extra tools, to be able to allow them to take CSEC. And as the Honorable Member for Valley North will have correctly identified, the issue that arose at the time was that while the government of Anguilla was issuing, the Ministry of Education issuing the CCSLC certificates, they could not use that same certificate to be employed by the government of Anguilla. But we were seeking to urge the private sector to take on persons with CCSLC qualifications. So if it's not good enough for you to accept on your own, why would you seek to force or push for the private sector to accept those qualifications? What it simply means is that there has to be a level playing field where there are opportunities provided to those children. And there have been cases where children have obtained the CCSLC certificate, leaving school, and have gone back to the community college, gone back to the North Hill Learning Center to be able to obtain CSEC. Why? Because they could not use the CCSLC certificate that they had. These are just some of the issues that parents have identified. You talk about the curriculum overload, and this has been acknowledged for some time. In fact, in my personal view, I think that the ability of our children to take the amount of courses that they take is amazing. 13 courses, 11 courses, and some of them are all A's. But how many of our children are able to attain that? What happens to the rest of our children? And so my personal view is that there has to be a need to cater to those children who, yes, who are academically inclined, but also importantly for those who may not be academically inclined, for those that may want or have a preference to go into a trade. And so these are issues, as I said, that have not come up just today. These are issues that have been plaguing our education system for the longest while. I've had teachers say to me that there's also a distinction between teaching boys and teaching girls. They say that in their experience, teaching boys is different, that they learn differently. And so, is that a contributing factor to many of our young men, our young boys, not being able to attain the heights that the young girls have? It's something that we ought to look into. Again, these are coming from teachers who have been in the system, who have had the personal experience, and these are the things that they are highlighting. The action plan that I would have made mention to, and there are a number of action plans, and I have not, in fairness, had the opportunity to go through them. They were delivered to us this morning, and I am informed that the issue was not on the minister's part, but certainly from the clerk of the House, it was an oversight on the House's part. And so I cannot speak in terms of the details of the action plans, but what I would hope is that these action plans, in addition to the report, be not only circulated, but there be discussions and further consultations with various persons. I would have been informed by former educators that they may not have been aware of this matter coming to the House, of them being consulted, and this is from various levels. And so the suggestion is that they would want to have an opportunity, because as we said, some of these matters have been in play, not today, but for quite a long time. And so hopefully coming out of the further discussions with stakeholders and former educators, they may have the opportunity to be able to weigh in and speak. Madam Speaker, as a result of having been former Minister of Education, I can speak for quite a long time in terms of the number of issues that are here. As I have said, that there's nothing in this report that I have not heard about and that I do not agree with. But it's here. It's in writing. The committee has been able to put it together. It is succinct, and it sets out a clear way forward. And so the only aspect that I wish to correct is in relation to page 6 of the report. Page 6 of the report says the government of Anguilla engaged design collaborative and architecture and engineering firm to conduct a review of Anguilla's secondary education system. This came on the heels of marked infrastructural damage sustained to the plant during Hurricane Irma in September 2017. The correction is that Design Collaborative was actually engaged prior to Hurricane Irma. And they were engaged prior to Hurricane Irma because at the time there was a committee in place that was looking at the redevelopment of the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School in particular. And so as early as February of 2017, and remember Hurricane Irma was in September of 2017. And so as early as February 2017, Design Collaborative had been engaged. And they were looking at the redevelopment of the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School and two areas in particular: physical redevelopment and the institutional strengthening, which would have included a blueprint for student-focused offerings and scheduling of classes. And so I would like to propose that there be some amendment to that, and the minister is free to inquire further because as I said, the report, Design Collaborative's engagement, came prior to Hurricane Irma, but after Hurricane Irma, they were engaged to oversee the redevelopment or reconstruction of the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School Campus Q. Madam Speaker, there is much work to do in the educational system. The members of the opposition stand in full support. It is an issue that we recognize is an urgent issue to have addressed, and you have heard from all of the members of the House, with the exception of the Premier up until now, the member for District 1. And you would have seen and heard that collectively there is a recognition of work to be done. There is a recognition of all hands having to be on deck to ensure that this takes place. And so, subject to the amendment to page 6 of the report, and subject, Madam Speaker, to having the opportunity to look at the action plans in detail, I rise and support the Educational Task Force report that is currently before this Honorable House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And given the lateness of the hour, I will be brief because, like those who are summoned to jury duty and they're given a stipend, I expect that the two persons from the task force who have been summoned here by you will be asking for a stipend today. Madam Speaker, I wish to commend the members of the Education Task Force for a job well done, and to commend the Minister of Education, Social Development for seeing the importance of addressing the education system in Anguilla. Madam Speaker, this report, as we have seen it and has been discussed, and for fear of repetition, this is an important work, and it's a robust representation that shows that there are things that can be done. We've identified the problems. Now it's a matter of finding and enacting the action plans, which have also been presented. I like the tagline on the report where it says, Madam Speaker, urgent, strategic solutions. It didn't just stop at finding out what the problem is. They have given us the roadmap of what to do. Madam Speaker, my mother, who's the mother of 7 and the 3rd grade education, always said to us that education is the key to success. Madam Speaker, in the United States of America and in impoverished areas, students know that to get a good education, which may or may not provide a sports scholarship, is their way to escape those communities to do better. And we also know in Anguilla, Madam Speaker, that for us to be able to advance, to make meaningful contributions, that we need to be educated. And education is just not academic, it also could be vocational, and that is why we are working on the TVET Center for the new Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School. Madam Speaker, it's education. We know that educated students become good citizens. Education brings out the best in every young person, building their confidence and equipping them to reflect, to create, to speak up, speak out, and to contribute to society. Education is transformational. famed author and educator, Mr. Lennox Vanderpool, and the book Broken Chords 2016 addressed the acute need for a functional, rejuvenating, exciting, and organic educational experience in the public school system of Anguilla. Over the years, the extended subject offerings, the increased after-school programs, and excessive traditional organs of testing have been problematic. These are the words that were stated on the launching of the book Broken Chords, Madam Speaker. And at that time, it was stated that we should find ways to make it better and that there was no place for complacency. 8 years later, we are still here talking about how to transform an education system that for decades has been broken. So, Madam Speaker, we are here now having debated this Education Task Force report. We've read the action plans. It's now time to implement. It states there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect between the education leaders, teachers, and students, and each of these groups have different ideas of what is relevant. This takes an all-society approach, not just educators, not just teachers and the education leaders, and we've had workshops for the education leaders here in Anguilla. Even this year, we've had workshops for teachers, but all need to get one accord, Madam Speaker. Teachers should enjoy that constructive feeling, that nurturing, that they are helping to build something for the future when they are involved in educating students. They must realize that when they have planted the seed and nurtured the growth, that there's no limit to the possibilities. They are building for the future. They are building societies that we should all be proud of, Madam Speaker. And there are many issues that affect teachers. And I'm singling out teachers because I think that they're the main contributors to the education system. Yes, you have education leaders that design systems, but the teachers are the ones that have to impart the knowledge to students, Madam Speaker. And as has been stated earlier, they have more time with the students than sometimes even their parents. But teachers have concerns. They're concerns about security. They're concerned about lack of respect. They're concerned about morale. And one of the major concerns with morale, Madam Speaker, is compensation. And so that is why this administration completed payment of deferred salaries. That is why this administration reversed the salary cuts of 2009 and 2010 and gave an ex gratia payment in December of 2023. Now, Speaker, we know that public servants, which includes teachers, have not received a pay raise since 2008. And so that is why there's a comprehensive salary review, which includes grading, increments, progressions, performance incentives. And if the Honorable Deputy Governor was here, he could attest to that the tendering for consultation has gone out, and this process will get under the way, Madam Speaker. But I say all this to say that this administration, Madam Speaker, is committed to providing the resources to implement the action plans that have been presented and developed. In the introduction, it says here that there have been other education studies conducted just within the past 8 years or so. The sad reality, however, is that the recommendations and suggestions, including strategies for implementation that logically follows the resultant reports, seem to die an agonizing death from neglect and dust strangulation. This is unfortunate, since the most areas that screamed for attention while those reports were still alive remain largely ignored today, to the peril of Anguilla's precious children and to the detriment of the country's sustainable future. Madam Speaker, I'm very concerned about our education system, and I'm happy that we have this information before us. I'm concerned that we are losing our young men who may have made it through the system and graduated from our secondary school, but still do not live long enough to benefit from that education or to make their contribution to society. I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, where it states that there are very few male students. There are very few male teachers. When we were growing up, teaching seemed to be mostly for females, but over time, we found that males also became good teachers. I still remember teacher Roland Hodge, teacher Robin Richardson, who just passed recently. These are teachers who were mentors and made a good impression on us. Everyone remembers teacher Rodney Ray and teacher David Carty. You could look up to these men and know that there was hope for us. And so I would hope that those who are coming along with males would commit to becoming teachers, because that's a role in society that I think is of utmost importance. And that might help providing mentorship and guidance and persons that our young men can talk to when they have need for conflict resolution, when they have need to determine for guidance and counseling that they can look up to. So, Madam Speaker, I'm here standing, accepting the report of the Education Task Force, thanking the members of the Education Task Force for being committed to the time and giving up voluntarily of their expertise to make this a reality, and for providing an action plan for us to follow. As politicians, we have an obligation, and this administration will do what we have to do to make sure that this is taken forward. I know the minister is committed, and I know that the minister is very persistent, and though small in stature, she carries a big stick. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I believe everyone has made their contributions. So now I invite the mover to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think it should be a problem for us that we're in this House so long. It's very customary for members of this House to remain in this chamber for hours discussing matters of national import. But usually those matters of national import surround our budget, controversial bills, things of that nature. And Madam Speaker, that is a singular reason why the decision was taken to bring this Education Task Force to this Honorable House. Because if we can spend time talking about our budgets, talking about controversial bills, talking about various pieces of legislation, regulation, and things of concern in our general society, then it means that we have an obligation to do the same thing for education. And Madam Speaker, there has been a very intentional move on my part in relation to the status of this report. While we have ventilated the fact that there have been multiple reports within the education system from 2009, 15 years ago, to 2016, 2017, 2018, and now 2024, which speak to recurring themes within the system of education. What we have not seen is dedicated actions taken over time to address those issues. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I will say that even without the finalized report, I made the move to ensure that this education task force was part of Anguilla's National Education Development Plan 2020 to 2025. If you open the strategic parts, we look at the priorities set out in this Education National Development Plan. And you will see our priorities. 1, addressing the changing needs of students and student engagement, things that you will see currently brought up within this task force report. 2, embracing and optimizing technology and technological advancements. Another theme which is captured within this report. Number 3, the development of our human capital. Number 4, the enhancement or enhancing the teaching and learning environment. Our task forces looked at teaching methods, teaching quality. And number 5, English as a second language, addressing a changing landscape. All of which, Madam Speaker, have been captured in this report with actionable solutions. And so, Madam Speaker, in this report and in this National Development Plan, you will see under priorities 1, 2, 3, and 4, strategic imperative 1, outcome, a structured approach to a paradigm shift in the education of Anguillan students. What is the strategic action that is requested of us and the key performance indicators? 1.11, establish task forces for the purpose of methodologically, I don't know why this word is giving me so much trouble. Methodologically addressing and leading change initiatives with respect to curriculum, methodology, teacher quality, and leadership and management. Do you understand, Madam Speaker? Everything that we are doing now is part of our structured approach to addressing the paradigms that we have seen as problematic within our education system over the past 20 years. This has not been a haphazard approach. We have been very surgical about it. And that is why, Madam Speaker, from this work plan, and now from this report, the recommendations and the actions don't just sit in the Ministry and the Department of Education. They are already to be walked through the individual school plans across all of our primary schools and our secondary school. It's not sitting in my office, Madam Speaker, and it will never sit in my office. And I can say for this for certain that the reports that have been brought to this Honorable House by this administration have not sat idly by in our offices. I can look at the minimum wage report, which went from the status of report to action. I can look at the gun crime and gang violence report, which went from report to action. And I can tell you the same will hold true for this report, which right now is a report, but will and continues to become action. And so, Madam Speaker, I know the members of the task force have done an excellent job of describing and summarizing the various task forces, the technical issues, and what we face and what we plan on doing. And so the question, I think, that most persons will ask is, what are we going to do? What are our plans? And from these action plans, Madam Speaker, is a very thick docket. And I said it before, almost 200 recommendations. That is an insane amount. No, offense to the members of the task force, but I acknowledge that that requires a lot of effort, and it will require a lot of effort. I have already started to look at the recommendations, as the Honorable Member for Road North said. The question about accountability ties back into what are the timelines required for ensuring that action is taken. My first step will be, and has already started to be, the intention to walk through and publish, Madam Speaker, and publish the timelines for action on the various recommendations in this report. So when it comes to holding feet to the fire, Madam Speaker, nobody will hold the feet to the fire the way I hold my own feet to the fire. Nobody will hold me into account the way I hold myself into account. Because when I became the Minister of Education, realized the enormous responsibility of the role that I have taken on. The responsibility that there are lives at the end of the decisions that we make. And so, Madam Speaker, beyond going through those immediate published reports, the decision that has been made is that every quarter, I will be updating the people of Anguilla as to our actions taken on this report. And because, Madam Speaker, and I take this particular approach, because, Madam Speaker, in the task force report, as the Premier pointed out, it says urgent, it says strategic, and it says solutions. And when you have urgent, strategic solutions, you cannot sit back and wait. You cannot. And Madam Speaker, I understand not only my own hopes and aspirations for seeing change and transformation in the education system through this report, but I understand that I cannot allow the work of these task force members to go in vain. I cannot. And I will not. Madam Speaker, to my mind, there are a lot of matters which are brought up in education across the spectrum, which come down to a very simple thing. Simple from the perspective of the way of describing it, but not in the way of actioning it. The simple thing, to my mind, is a matter of political will. Having the willpower to do something, as controversial as it is, as necessary as it is. Because we know that making changes to systems are not easy. And a lot of persons, when you are bringing in changes to systems, they resist the change immediately. Because you're telling me that what I have been doing for years is not right. I already have the practice. I already have the know-how. But if we acknowledge our responsibility in this global changing world, in a world in which artificial intelligence is taking and replacing jobs every day, a world in which the type of learning environment, the tools, the information is all readily accessible at our fingertips. The need for memory and retention have almost gone out of the window. And therefore the question and the inherent philosophy, Madam Speaker, is not about learning what to learn, it is about learning how to learn. It is about learning how to learn and to continue to learn, irrespective of whether you are in school, out school, or otherwise. We have to continue even unlearning. That is a challenge. And so, Madam Speaker, for myself, I will say, I have looked at the issues in this report. And of course, we must raise the issues that came as an emerging concern, which is safety and security. I can't ignore that. And the recommendations from the task force to address those security concerns, we unapologetically addressed during our last supplementary budget. Closed circuit television at all primary schools, alert systems, primary and high school, alert systems at both the primary level and the secondary level. Security officers deployed not only at the high school level, but at the primary school level. Because, Madam Speaker, we understand that the teaching environment and the learning environment, irrespective of what you do, if persons go into a system and they do not feel safe, there is very little you can do to help them focus on the matter of learning. When, Madam Speaker, you look at teacher quality, I saw a quote, an expression which said, the quality of education cannot exceed the quality of your teachers. It means that teacher quality is literally the cornerstone of our system. And Madam Speaker, I have taken knocks, I'm going to tell you, when I have spoken of my defense of teachers. And we know that the system is not perfect. For all the great teachers, we equally have bad ones. But I also know the challenges that they face. I know the sacrifices that they make. Because teaching is not a discrete 9 to 5, 8 to 4. Teachers go home with their work. They spend time with their work on the weekends. And then they come back on Monday and they continue to work. And so, Madam Speaker, the levels of inconsistency which have been highlighted in the report and across reports, the Cavallo report, the Petty report, the Sagicor report, those questions about hiring and recruitment. We have already started, and it's just a starting step, but I have already taken actions, Madam Speaker, to request further steps to be taken in the hiring of a human resource person within the Department of Education. Because, Madam Speaker, it cannot continue to be the standard that new teachers, persons who come into the system, feel unsupported, feel like they are lost or not given the resources necessary to succeed. Because their success means the success of our students. And I actually was watching a TV program which was called The Bear. I don't know if you know it. It's shot in a kitchen. And you know, when you look at the fact that you can bring a chef into a restaurant, and the chef has all this culinary experience, but if they do not know the standard operating procedures of the restaurant within they're working in, you basically compromise their ability to effectually carry out their function. And so, Madam Speaker, it is incumbent, and that is an immediate action for us to take away from this task force report. It speaks, Madam Speaker, to the bridge between policy and practice, and the recommendation to enhance teacher training programs and include comprehensive induction and ongoing mentorship for our new teachers to ensure that they have the support they need to thrive. And Madam Speaker, we talk about adapting to the modern educational needs, ICT, integration, etc., etc. And Madam Speaker, I am of two minds in relation to ICT. And the first mind is that we see the changes in technology in the job markets and AI and the increasing pressure on education systems to move from chalk and talk to the immersion of ICT in the classroom as a learning tool. But it is only successfully integrated, not just by the provision of laptops and devices. That is not the integration of ICT in education. Because if it is only used as a method of pushing content, then you might as well write on a book and paper. It makes no difference. It is the same thing as writing on a book and paper if we are using our technology only to push content to our students. The function of integrating technology is to build in immersive environments and programs for our students. New ways of understanding, new ways of engaging, improving their digital literacy. That is the purpose. And so, Madam Speaker, even as we continue to roll out programs like Project Inspire, the main focus and the main refrain that I have been stating to our partners in the Project Inspire program, which by the end of 2024 should be rolled out to all of our primary schools, and then in 2025 to our high schools, is that the training that goes alongside this ICT integration must be used as a tool to ensure that students are engaged in the process of learning and education. And you can see, Madam Speaker, in this report, the wars of our students themselves. Don't take it from us, take it from them. Classes are boring. They are not engaged. They are not interested. So the question is, how do we reach them where they are, and how do we use these tools not just to push content, but to foster engagement? That is the real question, and that should be the focus. That should be the thing that we use as a key performance indicator, engagement. Not just the rollout of ICT, because that in itself is not a success indicator. So even when we have announced Project Inspire, Madam Speaker, and we're saying all of these good things about technology integration, by itself, that is not our success, our marker of success. What is our marker of success is if that causes students to be more thoroughly engaged, to feel part of the system, to love learning. That is success. And Madam Speaker, when we look at internal stakeholder dynamics, which I know most of the members of the House would have referenced, it really highlights a troubling narrative, which, as we said before, continues to be the theme in multiple reports. And the Education Task Force made a very interesting recommendation in relation to that particular problem. And their recommendation in the action plan was mediation. Mediation. Because there can be no collaboration without being able to address the underlying issues that have been the norm for so long. There can be no collaboration. There can be no longer getting past that impasse and that rift. And so all of these recommendations, Madam Speaker, are my priority to action. And while we see new leadership coming in to the department, and I will say this, very often we talk about the fact that the ministers do not control the public service. And there's a good reason for that. But Madam Speaker, the urgency of this report will make me a micromanager. I'm sorry to say it like that. Because if persons coming into this system are not in line, lockstep, with the actions we're trying to take to transform education, because at the other side of these actions is the intention that our children would be better served, they have no place within our system. And that is a difficult conversation. It is a difficult conversation. We're all family in Anguilla. We talk about, oh, these persons are our cousin, this person need a job. This is not a free-for-all. This is high stakes. Are you in it with us? Are you against us? Sorry to make it like that. But once again, if your focus is on these children, you have to look at it in a little bit of a radical light. And so, Madam Speaker, the actions, which is all I can focus on, I was reminded by my classmate of a song that I sang at we sang at our high school graduation by John Lennon. No, what's his name? Okay. John Legend. If you're out there. I didn't sing, I hummed it. If you hear this message, wherever you stand, I'm calling every woman, calling every man. We're the generation, we can't afford to wait. The future started yesterday, and we're already late. We're already late. I want to signal to the education sector that the type of actions that we will be taking will require us to put aside our egos. It will require us to see and to focus on our children and to put aside how we feel personally. That's the only way we'll be able to move forward. And I say, Madam Speaker, that if we accept, this is my last point. What time is it? If we accept the importance of education, if we all say that education is of fundamental importance to our country, our survival, and our future, then we must see, we will be, and we are willing to pay to get the results we need. I don't know if you hear me. If we say that education is of fundamental importance, then we must say we are willing to pay to get the results we need. You know what that means? Money meet mouth. You know, everybody says, put your money where your mouth is. Money meet mouth. We cannot talk about comprehensive salary reviews. We cannot talk about increasing pre-primary educators' salaries. We cannot talk about education transformation, updating security arrangements across our campuses, ensuring professional development sessions are relevant, tailored, and put for the future of our children. We cannot talk about integrating activities within our education system and then say we are not willing to pay for it. We cannot. That is why I say this is a matter of political will. Because if you think
that the largest public service sector in the government of Anguilla, which is the Ministry of Education, can pay for a comprehensive salary review of over 370-something persons within the education sector without it coming, because guess what? I have the biggest personal emolument line item in my ministry's budget. And if we're not willing to pay, then we are all talk, smoke and mirrors. We are all talk. You talk about respecting and ensuring that we have trained, quality, pre-primary educators interacting with our most vulnerable, our most fundamental sector of our education system. And then at the same time, not put in place the reforms, not take the hard decisions to actually get the money to pay them more. Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. You talk about over $3 million in security updates, but then say we are not willing to pay to protect our children. Smoke and mirrors. The largest budget in the government of Anguilla is the Ministry of Education's budget. And what? Understaffed. Do you see, Madam Speaker, concerns about lack of availability of substitute teachers, lack of availability of this and that? Are you willing to pay for it, or is it smoke and mirrors? That is what I refer to as political will. And how do we get more money to pay for these things, Madam Speaker? Don't you think we do these things through the pockets of the people of Anguilla? Through things like the goods and services tax? How do you think we are affording the comprehensive salary review? You know, I will say this, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Premier, in his budget address, over the years, has talked about sustainability. He's talked about fiscal responsibility. He's talked about prudence. He's talked about making sacrifices. The question is, what are we willing to make sacrifices for? And are we really willing to be about what we say we are about? Because very often, I find that we're not about it. We're not about that life. We like to talk. We don't like to act. And I've made it a mission of mine, Madam Speaker, because guess what? I come in this house and I understand the responsibility that I hold. And I've said this before. I have said this before. Irrespective of whether or not I am re-elected, I will do the difficult things. Because my country, my political career will never be more important than my country. Never. Ever. So, if the decision is hard but necessary, I will make it. And so, Madam Speaker, I speak this afternoon, as someone who has traversed this Anguillian educational system. And I must say that I thrived in spite of, rather than because of, the system. And I say that I thrived in spite of, not because I didn't have great teachers. I say that I thrived in spite of because I know that there are persons who are more vulnerable than me, who didn't have the support that I had, who could not, and who did slip through the cracks of the system. I end with this, Madam Speaker. When I joined the Anguilla Progressive Movement, in our manifesto, the line that the Premier often quotes is, "We will allow our society to be judged how every great society is judged, by how we treat our vulnerable, our old, and our very young." And if you ask me, where the sacrifices are to be made, it will always be in relation to how we treat our very old, our children, and our very young. So with that said, Madam Speaker, I end. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, and thanks to all members for their contributions to this motion. There was a suggestion for an amendment. I don't know, should we?
Madam Speaker, 1 second. Madam Speaker, we will ask, we can make a subsequent amendment outside. Yeah, the committee can make an amendment and then we submit it to the House of Assembly.
So then we move on. Okay. Motion 7, 2024-412 HOA has been debated without amendment. Members, the question is that this motion be passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Motion 7, 2024-412 HOA has been passed without amendment and is now a resolution of the Assembly. I wish to thank Mr. Lennox Vanterpool and Mrs. Michaela Skellicky Cunningham for assisting the Assembly today, for accepting, of course, my invitation, and especially on such short notice, I should say, and for showing your commitment to the progress of education in Anguilla. Thank you very much. Clerk?
Personal explanations, none. Other business, government business, none. Private members' bills, none. Private bills, none. Other orders of the day.
Single Island Valley Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I just rise very briefly to indicate my sympathies and support for all the members, many members of our community who are mourning the loss of loved ones at this time. In particular, to the family of the late Miss Maureen Ray. Madam Speaker, I had the pleasure of working with her for many years in the public service. I also knew her working at other institutions like Cable and Wireless back then. And Madam Speaker, she was one that many a day I would sit in her office and we would have really down-to-earth conversations, Madam Speaker. So to Lisa and to Mary, to her grandmother, Countess Ray, and her children as well, Madam Speaker, I wish them God's support in this difficult time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for Valley South is recognized.
Madam Speaker, please forgive me at being a bit quick on my feet, because you just heard from me, but I'm up again because my sugar levels are a little low. So I wanted to be excused after I make my my remarks, but I wanted to also extend my condolences to the family of Maureen Ray and the entire Ray family. I mean, the families, including my family, go back very far, And I can't imagine the pain and distress that her children are going through right now, her entire family, because to know Maureen is to really love her. And it is quite a shock because I believe that the family is quite private and keep a lot of those matters to themselves. And so for a lot of us, for a lot of persons in the public, they would not have known about her illness. And we do really mourn the fact that she is no longer with us. Madam Speaker, please permit me and excuse me. I know that I'm quite late in making my remarks in this respect as well, on the passing of Don Mitchell. I know it's been quite some time since we had a house in relation to his passing. I would remember members would have made some comments in relation to his passing. But I remember him as my lecturer in sixth form law. And Mr. Mitchell had a way of bringing you back to the history of lead in a pencil, somehow from a case study in law. And I always found our interactions extremely interesting. His engagement and love for constitutional reform, his drive and his interest in certain political matters, to be always quite amusing sometimes and enlightening in others. And I do believe that the legal fraternity have lost a luminary in his passing. And I pray for Maggie, for his wife, for peace. I know that Don Mitchell would have been someone who self-proclaimed, said he was always prepared for the great beyond, wherever he thought that was. And the fact that he had a pacemaker, he used to always joke that both him and my aunt have pacemakers, and that he gave very strict instructions upon if anything happened to his pacemaker, that he wanted to go with the pacemaker. But his jovial spirit will always be remembered, and I do wish condolences to his wider family as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Single Island Wiley Electoral District Member, Mr. Joseph Vanterpool, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too would like to join in extending condolences to the Ray family, as well as to the family of the late Mr. I don't actually know his government name, I just know him as Mr., but I would have heard in the past few days that he would have passed away. And finally, Madam Speaker, I would also like to extend condolences to the family of Mr. Carl Webster. I didn't actually realize he had passed away, Madam Speaker, until I just found out from my father earlier this morning. Carl was, in fact, my neighbor. And so every time I would drive by, I would always see him taking meticulous care of his yard. And recently I had the opportunity to stop by one day and just have a chat with him. And I learned so much in those hours that we spent in his yard talking. He told me history of Welch's from the days when he was a boy up until now, how things look different. His first encounter with someone in Anguilla who was a slave who was liberated, who when he was younger, he saw the marks. And it was a very interesting conversation I had with him, and I would have loved to have had another. But to all of those families and to the families of all of those who are mourning the loss of loved ones, my heart, my condolences go out to you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Any other orders? The Honorable Member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Seems that we attend a lot of funerals these days, and certainly we know over the weekend we said goodbye to Conrad Dizzy Brooks, better known as Dizzy, and others. Certainly want to stand here and wish heartfelt condolences to the family of Frederick Kitcher Rogers from Island Harbor, who passed away. And one of the stalwarts of the community. I always said that those Rogers boys had the strength of giants and were steadfast in making sure that the Island Harbor community was taken care of And whatever they did, whether it was fishing, farming, traveling overseas to make a living, they always made sure they took care of the community, what we call Garland Bottom. And he has passed on. Wish his family heartfelt condolences. And I know that he'll be missed dearly because he was a gentle soul. Carl Webster, our cousin who passed away recently, he had fought his illness very bravely for a while, and it was sad to hear of his passing. I saw his mom here in Anguilla just before his passing, and it's very sad that someone we basically grew up across the street from each other, and it makes us realize our own mortality and vulnerabilities. And for all those others who have lost their loved ones, wish them that God would provide comfort and strength. Family of Ms. Maureen Ray. And those who are sick and suffering, we certainly wish them, healing mercies. I just want to say that we've come out of the Anguilla Summer Festival, the 50th year of Carnival celebrating, and want to say congratulations to all those who, were successful. Miss Anguilla, the Calypso King, and then Leeward Islands Calypso Monarch. It makes us proud of Anguilla, and certainly, that we could, celebrate together and be with each other, be one of accord. It shows that we can be united in purpose. Certainly want to thank the Royal Anguilla Police Force and Commissioner Clark for the security that they provided, and their presence was noted and was appreciated by all that I have spoken to and seen, and UK officers who came to, to help provide safety and security. Want to thank them for their continued service. And also the security firms that were there and their numbers, visitors and residents alike felt safe. And so I want to thank them for their service and for dedication to protect and serve the people of Anguilla. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other orders of the day? Since there are none, we move for adjournment.
Adjournment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to beg that this Honorable House be adjourned sine die.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House now stands adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable House now stands adjourned sine die. Thank you, members. Have a good day.